Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live from Texas Card House in Austin. I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit, with you this evening as we play some 2-5 No Limit Hold'em. Gonna get started with a $10 PLO bomb pot as usual here. See some of our chat regulars filing in already. Great to see you all. Be sure hit like on the way in, and we'll hopefully have some really great poker for you this evening. Sure, we'll talk all about that big football game that happened yesterday. Definitely some strong opinions there. And here we go. Players getting the 4 cards. Table should fill as we go on this evening. All right, everyone with 4 cards.
Push it back out here. I got the button. I might have the button posted. We're good.
All right, I'm hearing it's going to be 2-5-10 tonight from Mel, so great news there. Lots of bomb pots as well. Ace, 8, 7, couple of spades. Ace, Queen, 5, couple of spades. This could get spicy if we get the right holdings here. Mike with not a lot, just some draws. We have aces up for Brooks on one side. Set of 8s for Creek, but that's it. Just middle set. No backup. Does call Brooks his pot size bet. Heads up to the turns. Nobody holding the spade draw here. Three and a deuce brings in the spades that nobody has on the bottom. Check, check. And these rivers will guarantee us a chop at Showdown. 8's full for Creek and Brooks holding the case ace. Good for 2 pair on the bottom. He's going to pot it. We'll apply some pressure to Creek here, but I do think he'll find the
6 calls
call holding the boat there.
All right, we're going to be looking at ace, queen.
They will chop it up. I do wonder if Creek gave any thought to raising, holding that boat, given it's very, very unlikely to be up against the boat. Like Brooks probably does have the case ace, but does he have help when you have 2 of the 8s? Little less likely. Obviously, the pair of 8s never good on the bottom. Yeah, Brooks probably a little bit surprised at which board he was good on there. Not the one where he had 3 aces.
All right, 2, 5, 10. 10 up there, please.
All right. Time for some hold'em. 2, 5, 10. Get these cards shuffled up.
Is Tillman coming in? Tillman is okay. 5, Tillman. So who's also supposed to be Tillman?
See everybody running bed with Streamlabs so far. Hopefully it's in a better mood by the end of the night.
10 to go. Seven bet, 35. 8 call.
Putin's going to come out firing to the tune of a $35 raise. Line's not quite correct on the graphics. I think we're getting caught up there. There we go, 2, 5, 10.
7 bet, 35. 8 call, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 call.
You see Chris having him picked, going to call. Brooks believing in the 9 Triz, going to come along. Creek with the Jack 6 and probably feeling priced in. We go 4 ways to a flat. Jack 7-5 is going to put that Jack 6 out ahead.
7 check. 8 check.
We check through. Brooks picking up a 9 here. Also, Kuden and Chris holding cut shots.
4 bet, 70. 6 fold.
Gets the best hands out of there, Brooks. Firing this turn where he picks up second pair, he makes it 70. Over plus gut shot. Yeah, sure, let's call. In fact, he's got 2 gut shots. I undersold him, and there it is. Kuden rivering the nuts.
4 check.
Brooks checking.
What's the code for the stream?
So, how much does he want to go for here?
You want to give it to me a second or if you want to go talk to him?
It's up in the top.
Looks like he's looking fairly big here.
4.
7 bet. 210.
210 is the number per hour dealer. I think that's Russell in the box.
So you can do it by your phone number if you have to.
Brooks
Okay, you're
with
good.
third pair, no kicker.
Oh, well, you would have won that?
Probably not a lot that he's beating that plays this way.
This whole touchdown, I won the halftime. One of my buddies won the final, so he got like 320.
Well, the one dude had a 7-7.
Yeah.
Won the first 2 quarters.
Brooks going to think this over.
That's sweeter than I enjoyed.
Might he also be contemplating a bluff? This is looking like a fold, though.
This 2, 5, 10. I'll pause that a little bit.
We're doing the mandatory 10.
Four calls.
He is going to make the call, and he's going to get the bad news that
10 straight.
Kuden had a really good river there. So our first Hold'em hand of the evening turns into a $700 pot. So we see our friend Tillman going to be joining us.
Take it.
Seen him on here many, many times.
So you got to, because we're doing mandatory, you got to wait for the next. So mandatory back. You could just buy it, couldn't you, just for the tape? Just place the straddle. She's seen if it's going to give her the option.
I think Tillman's posting that.
Yes?
You got it? Okay, so he's just going to buy it out. Okay.
Since he did miss the third blind.
Did you bet on the game outright?
Just, 10
10 to go. 6 call, 7 fold,
Basically,
8 bet, 50.
See the one from Creek.
2
And
fold, 3 fold, 4 call, 5 call, 6 call.
Chris raises it up with Queen 10.
4 players.
Brooks, Tillman, and Creek all coming along. Another four-way flop.
4 check.
Jack 3
5 check,
deuce.
6 check.
Not
8 check.
giving significant help to anybody here. We check through. Queen high still ahead until Brooks turns himself a 6, giving him the best pair. Tillman with a gut shot.
8 check.
We check through once more. And now Brooks has 2 pairs, 8s and 6s. Creek rivering a pair as well.
6 fold, 8 fold.
Brooks going for $80 worth of value and not receiving any value. Susan chat. Ronnie, Mo, Rena, our Sanctuary, Skullbone, Poker Monkey, Kicker Problems, Chad, Frank. Sorry if I missed anyone here.
Wants to go buy a start stack. He's going to one, right?
A lot of familiar faces this evening.
Pretty good. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 bet. 55. 5 fold.
Brooks with 2 Royal, going to make it 55. 3 coming along with a couple of 9s.
Six check.
How about a flush for Brooks? Beautiful flop there. Just the second nuts,
4 bet 80. 6 fold.
and we'll get absolutely no further money for that flush.
Take it back.
That's a hand where I consider checking back, as it will be hard for your opponent to have anything there.
Ben?
Really not a lot of turns you're going to be afraid of, and basically no situations where you'd ever have to fold.
Team Benji with a G.
I see seat 1 getting filled.
Is that right there?
One moment here, we're going to
Ready to go?
get him in the system. King Benji, our new player.
1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold. 4 call, 5 fold, 6 fold,
Brooks coming in here.
8 bets, 50.
Chris with a much better pair. Gonna bump it up to 50. Brooks certainly has a price to look for another 4.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I checked.
Does not fight to 4. But
8 bets, 30.
Chris doesn't fight much either. Ace Queen, very good for his range. He will bet 30 and get the call.
8 check.
Either player improving. Check, check. Another overcard to Chris's 9s, which are the best hands.
You see 9s.
Check, check. He'll be delighted to see the 9s are good.
Take it, take it. Oh, okay.
See Scooter in the chat. I see Ragnar in the chat now.
So in the ball pods,
See Will Peter.
does still go. The ball pods, 4-card game obviously. You probably do all 4 of the same cards. Play them as long as you want. Whenever you're done playing it, just say fold and hold. And walk to me on the side.
But I'm a Cowboys.
At the ends of hand, I'll just pay 400 off. Alright. Pods in hand.
So, what did everybody think of the big game last night?
Only thing I like how the Philly is rocking.
The holding call at the end was kind of weak.
Everything else is good.
Certainly, you're not going to hear me cheering for Kansas City ever being a Denver fan.
2 bet 30.
G-Talk with the ace queen makes it 30.
2 bet 30. 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold. 8.
But Chris with queen, queen, making it 110. Benji gets out of there with that weak ace as he should.
That's weird when Nichols came out. That fumble was big.
Chris going for the 4-bet, or G-Dog rather, going for the 4-bet. music to Chris's ears. Okay, I'll call the 285. Heads up we go, almost 600 in the middle. The mandatory ace in the window, ace 10-7, G-Dog. Probably with too much of this flop. He's got top pair and he's got a queen high club draw.
2 check.
Check, check. Safe turn. And Chris may be taking the bait here. Effective second pair. No backup. Gonna fire 225. G-Dog will be well advised to just call, and he does. If Chris wants to bluff, give him a chance to.
Floor. Which
And just had a card dropped or something.
Grab 2 cards, flash the bottom.
Okay. Action. You're about to flip
About
it
to
over.
put the river.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead and put the river out.
The true river.
Yep.
There we go.
And go ahead and show that card since it might have shown. 3 of spades, everybody. 3 of spades is not.
Okay, so
Take
what
it.
happened was 2 cards were exposed when Russell went
check.
out to put out
Sure,
the
guys.
river. Check, check. G-Dog not gonna collect any further money. That king is gonna slow him down a bit.
Here. Take it, take it.
Yeah, it's certainly the right thing for the dealer to call the 4 there when you like when you have an accidental exposure. And this happens. I'll tell you what. For those of you unfamiliar with RFID cards, like they tend to be a little bit sticky. So like it is totally easy to have cards get stuck together. Sometimes you'll even see it happen when the dealer's pitching the cards. It's just one of those things, and it's one of those things in live poker, but no real harm done there. But definitely the right thing to call the 4, and then they'll say, yeah, just put out the river, and then
All right. 3
let
fold,
everybody know the card that might have flashed.
6 fold,
These things happen.
7 bet 35. 8 fold.
Jeff, I think seat 9 is getting filled sometime within the next 15 minutes.
1 fold.
They're on a 15-minute delay here.
2 fold.
I do have confirmation that seat 9 is going to get filled, and I think you're going to be happy with the choice of occupant there. You see Kuden flapping top pair.
8 bet 25.
G-Dog with just an ace and a back door.
2 cards.
He'll peel versus this tiny bet.
2 check.
Pretty good side.
And the back door is slammed shut there.
8 check.
Check, check, and
You knew where it was. What else?
no help for G-Dog.
A couple times a week. Sometimes 3.
I enjoy playing. I mean, I like
We're gonna go for some value here.
Just kidding. Don't get me in
We
it.
moved it a year ago, last month.
And not gonna get any value.
All right, guys, we're on a bomb pot. $10 for me, please. What's your
And
pocket hand?
I believe we're playing bomb pots every orbit, and we're gonna have one of those bomb pots right
just
now.
time for bomb pot.
Shares coming in.
Ragnar wondering how I ended up a Bronco fan. Well, you can thank John Elway for that.
Make sure.
It's right up my
That's
alley.
all?
John Elway was great, and
I was watching them play Saturday.
New York teams kind of sucked back then.
For 5,000.
They kind of suck now.
Damn.
It was. I know Gordon was at the table at the lodge.
At the lodge?
And the Giants did just enough that they're going to have to pay Daniel Jones, which Probably not the best
Pot
thing.
was 20K.
What game was it?
It
1375.
was
1375.
510.
Jeff saying that his choice to fill the seat would be him. Well, you know what? If you're around,
They decided to
you could
shift
get on the
the
list as an
Alpha
alternate.
cards over, and 'cause it's 20,
And if we end up with another seat open, then
they hit the king, and now everyone
maybe
else
you get yourself in there.
So Chase, you can come in on this one.
I see every player getting there.
What's
Four
that?
You can come in
cards
on this one because it's any game. Next hand and hold them though, you'll sit out one
now.
hand.
Glad to hear that you're not smoking.
I went to play the tournament there, and I was like,
That's a good thing that
and then when I left,
that you're kicking that habit.
Caroline
I have
just
a
sat down.
little idea.
Caitlin just sat
Do you can log into it. Codes up there.
The number, yeah, he said the number's right here.
Okay. Cool.
You can read that.
Ace 7-5 with hearts and Jack 10-9 with one heart. Okay.
9 check, 1 check, 2 check, 3 check, 4 check,
Check, check.
5 check, 6 check,
Lots of checking.
7 check, 8 check.
Tillman flopped the nuts on the
1
bottom,
check. I'm sorry, 9 check.
and his dry king may be of some relevance here.
4 check. 5's gonna bet 90.
Set of nines for Mike Bell.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
I got shot. Tillman now going to pot it. He's got the nuts on the bottom. He just has some kings on the top. Over to King Benji,
Yeah, that's why I know you do. Just
Step away, sir.
who has the bottom ends of the straight on the bottom.
Hands on your head, sir.
And just let it go. G-Dog follows suit, Mike.
1 fold, 2
Coming
fold,
along with his
3 call.
set plus
Folding.
plus gut shot.
No. No, but I want heal out that.
Mike looking for an 8 and a board pair in that order.
Do you have odds or not?
But
3 check.
as is usual in bomb pots, they come the wrong way. So Tillman's going to scoop here. He's going to pot and get the quick folds.
You look.
If those rivers come the other way, Mike scoops. Those rivers come the other way, you're
Yeah, yeah.
looking at the straight and the boat, but
What the?
Take it.
Yeah.
They're saying that they should get $300 for it. They should get partial payments. All right, it's going to be 2, 5, 10.
yeah, gotta love it. Like that is the lament of every bomb pot player. If only the rivers would have come the other way.
Yeah. It will be.
But it wouldn't have been if he was
He's gonna get aces
because the
too.
cards were different. The cards were different.
Back to Hold'em.
I almost took it.
Do you see seat 9 getting filled?
All right, 10 to go.
I'm going to maximize the suspense
4
here.
fold. 5 fold, 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 bet, 30.
That would be our friend Chase here in the 9 seat. Those of you who have seen him on this program before, you know what you're in for. Those of you new around here, you're in for a treat.
3 players.
First, this 3-way flop where Chris's dirty typer is going to find itself 2 pair
1 check.
and the best hands. Benji with top pair.
8 bet, 50.
Chris going half pot.
1 call. 3 fold.
Benji going nowhere on this pretty good looking flop for him. Heads up to the turn.
Is it golf season already?
Ricky 7 of hearts.
Been at the boat twice.
8 bet, 105.
Chris will fire again.
Where do you go eat it, or do you make it?
I've just made them. I haven't gone anywhere.
Benji
to
with
eat
top pair.
around here.
Too soon to think about folding. He does call.
Grab it.
He is going to need a Jack 10 or 7 on this river.
You gotta play place that you like around here?
I like the
Gets
bar.
none of the above.
It's kind of like
Is that over there by?
Mopac and 23 area.
Yeah.
It used to be called Sam's Boat.
Okay.
They basically, the owner kicked him out and redid the rest
Benji.
of the boat.
Yeah. Kind of got to call it.
Maybe looking to
boat
lead
something,
here.
right? Isn't it the one that's
Goes for
it's shaped like a
105.
boat?
Gets snapped by Chris's 2 pair.
I see 2 pair.
Will be good.
So yeah, I got like the sausage and the corn and
Take it, take
the
it.
potatoes.
Ragnar, I don't know where On's at these days.
We did a bunch of frog
People
pulls out of my house
sort of
before
come
I
and
had
go.
Oh, did you? Oh,
That was our thing. We'd go park up
Where'd
like
you get your
Triumph
crawfish
Island.
at?
I'd get them from.
I mean, hey, I've been known to
Fiesta.
disappear for months at a time.
Yeah.
Is this, you ever been to that place called Stuff?
Like I'm soon
Yes,
to
I
disappear
got
to
'em from
Vegas
there
for a
too,
couple
couple
weeks
times.
actually.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
this.
And I try and win myself
they
a
do.
ring.
I have to go to that place enough to leave.
Yeah. They
Or
do.
one of those
But
fancy win
Fiesta,
trophies. I'll take one of those
I'd
too.
get the guy to do the jumbos for me.
Oh, yeah, that's.
If I could do the special order like 2 weeks in advance, he'd call his guy, his vendor, and get me the jumbos.
Alright. 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 bet, 40. 9 fold, 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Chris with the deuces.
4 call.
Brooks with the suited jack. Probably not thinking he's in as good shape as he is. Now he's in great shape, flopping a pair. Top pair, in fact.
8 bet, 40.
Chris going to continue.
4 call.
Oh, the women.
Brooks going nowhere. Pair and back door.
I'm going Saturday.
Now 2 pair for Brooks.
I still haven't been to the new stadium.
8 check.
Check, check.
I heard it's awesome.
Thank Chris.
You go to the UT games?
Not shutting it down.
Yeah.
He spikes the set on the
I don't
river.
have season tickets anymore, but I usually go to 2 or 3.
You want blood? Here it comes.
You should get season tickets to this.
Brooks feeling great about this 2 pair. Going to make it 80.
You're like grandfather didn't come.
Yeah.
Chris has to raise here.
Although they have to come up with 50 million. I think we're all gonna pay a lot more.
What's that?
They have to come up with 50 million.
Yeah, but they already.
Brooks will
agreed to it,
never
right?
see this miracle river coming. Chris makes it 300.
They're saying they're gonna do it. Is what I heard.
They already announced.
Yeah.
This is the last year in Big.
It's gonna be exciting. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be at the A&M Texas game every freaking year.
Man, I love that.
Got a
Glad
bunch.
that's coming back.
A bunch of buddies went to A&M, and they just all.
Brooks
These young
is
Aggies don't understand. I'm like, he's so like,
going to put in the 3 bet.
you know, it's like they don't hate Texas. They're like, oh, I'll hook them. They'll be like, I'm like, you're an Aggie and you give me $100.
Makes it 850.
Like, there's no
8
like,
calls.
Chris going to flick in the call chip just in case he's beat.
Set of deuce.
He is not. Gonna turn over those ducks.
Binky, binky.
He puts that bet.
That's dirty.
juices are hot. But hey,
Take it, take it.
It's nice when you can red with 2 outer, especially one that
hey,
disguised.
what is the quadra today?
It's gone. We've got kings at our table.
What's that?
They shot like the roulette thing, and it's like, this is hot numbers of the day.
I wonder what Brooks was targeting with that 3 bet on the river, as we do see in the top up. This is a match to stack game, so
Like, don't ever slip that. I don't care if
whatever the big stack is, you can buy up to that amount.
it's gonna have, it's gonna. The lesson learned on that one. Just take your.
Problem is, you effectively have top and bottom with the Jack 3. There's just not a lot that's going to be able to call you. At least not a lot that's worse.
Yeah, no, the Aggies, they got more.
Like you're hoping that he has another
More about the
3-2
horns down.
somehow
singing songs about
Then that
sawing
thumbs
our
up.
horns off,
Gotta
and
go.
then they're on thumbs up.
6 fold. 7
I
fold.
like it when teams do the horns down like, we don't
8
even
fold.
play
9
you.
fold.
I know. They're on
call.
TV doing it every game in the SEC.
2 bet 50. Barrel stream. 3 fold.
I'd love for him to put it
4 raise.
on Thanksgiving
155.
again.
Brooks going for the Colt
Yeah.
3-bet with the 8s.
I'm gonna go every freaking
It's our
year.
new tradition. It'll be every other year here.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go College Station.
Oh, you'll go?
Oh, yeah.
I've never been there for a game. They
Oh.
said the first one will be over there.
G's
I'm
all gonna stick around. He
I'm
does
gonna
have
go
position.
every year to that
2
game.
call.
Ace-10 offsuit, not
Although
the
we
best
just went
holding,
there for my daughter's funny.
but good enough to go to the
There,
flop.
like,
This time it's
because
Brooks
they're
with the
all over
set.
place, and you're just like,
3 8s for him. He checks it over. Check, check.
Glad we're back to playing.
G-Dog now turning a 10. Not the best turn for that set. Order was straight out
Shoot,
there.
I hope
Gets
we're
the instant muck from Brooks
freaking looking a lot better.
with that bet.
Take it.
On that board, I really don't mind getting
Barrel
the quick
stream.
muck.
they're going to the SEC. That's gonna be fun. Can you imagine who's coming here?
Yeah.
Georgia period. LSU.
It's gonna be fun.
We'll have the bull eating the tiger. You know, Baltimore eating the tiger.
I remember when LSU came like 3 years ago. It was kind of Hayes had a big forward car out there. LSU beat.
He's gonna hire security next time.
Hey, I was talking about cards sticking together. We just saw it.
Documentary on Fox. It's called The Perfect 10.
10 again.
The 10 players that won the Heisman and are in the Hall of Fame for NFL.
The
Rodgers, Staubach.
RFID cards are a little bit thicker. These cards feel pretty normal, but they are a little bit thicker.
But they're gonna re-air it.
Get that RFID chip in there,
I recorded it.
which
Like
is
the
how we
Wi-Fi
get you these
4 call.
cards on the
That's when I
graphics.
do that. Like, I'm watching and I'm like, why do you do that every time you say what I say? I'm like,
Couldn't open the queen 9 of clubs. Brooks with some better clubs came along, so did Creek.
4 check. 6 check.
And Brooks with top pair, Couldn't with middle pair.
7 check.
Nobody with
Yeah,
a
but they're
heart.
saying, who are those 3 teams that they're saying?
That's
that
way
are gonna be
too
the
many
lock
hearts
teams
now,
of
4
all-
hearts.
It's OU, A&M, and one
4
other.
bet 50. 6 fold.
Arkansas.
that'd be good, 'cause that's a
Brooks
rivalry.
makes it 50. He did turn a gut shot.
We hate all of them.
Had the best hands. Clears it out.
Take it.
I'm just glad I get bigger games here. I'm tired of playing Kansas. You know? Or some of these even
Seems
West
like a
Virginia
scary
guys.
turn card is not going to deter Brooks from betting.
But we don't play OSU or West Virginia this year.
We don't?
So we see Chris, the biggest
You
winner,
said OSU?
early in the goings here
Or West Virginia.
How?
They said we don't
after
play.
that rivered
I didn't know that.
set of deuces.
No, we play all the Big 12 schools every year. What?
Because they added some, so we're playing some, I don't know what it is. University
All right.
of
8 fold.
Oh, so U of H is already back in it or something?
Yeah, we're playing U of H now.
Chase with the
9
deuces.
bet 40.
Going to enter his first pot of the evening, making it $40.
1 call.
Edgy coming along with the somewhat light king 4 suited.
2 raises. 190.
G-Dog going for the squeeze with the ace-10 off. I like that. Makes it 190. I don't like the timing, though. Brooks now with queens.
Any other tournaments?
He'll be popping this.
Oh, I haven't
4
been.
raises.
Yeah, our poker this Saturday.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
It's a big pop all the way up to 480.
What's the guarantee on it?
30K.
9 fold.
And everyone
Winner
folds.
usually gets like 15, 16K. But it's only 2.
Pops harder than one of those balloons we've been hearing about in the news.
I forgot that dealer's name, but the dealer here who used to be here is tall, skinny, lengthy arms.
What did he show?
Lane?
Yeah. He was in top 5 when I left.
Oh, really?
If they chopped at 5, it was at least 7,500.
Sure.
Saturday, because that was a big one reentry.
So, Brooks taking a nice one pre-flop.
I was like, man, he's doing good.
Compared to the goal.
I need to look up who won. I wonder if he won.
They get on their side. Or
Definitely
what?
like the aggression we're seeing here.
Now I gotta restraddle
They'll
50.
post the winner on their side.
You got it, Mo?
Looks like we're going to
But
have
it did have, like, the
2, 5, 10,
on their side?
50.
No, just
Chase
put
opts
on
to straddle here.
maybe one or two.
So the player to the left of the big blinds, or in this case the third blinds, they can straddle. It has to be at least twice the blinds.
All right, 50's on.
And it can't be up to your entire stack. And if Chase does straddle, the player to his left has the option to do the same thing, and then the player to their left, and so on. Benji choosing not to put $100 in without looking at his cards.
Four.
Brooks limping here. Greek with some 10s. Definitely a raise-worthy hand. These big straddles do slow it down sometimes, though.
200.
Greek makes it 200. Nice sizing there. Back to Brooks, the limper, who's going to call with his suited ace. Ace 8, can't make a straight. Going to be looking for some diamonds.
Tillman earlier, I had
Gets no
kings.
diamonds at all.
I got stacked by aces. We got it all in pre-flop.
Just one over for
Same guy.
Greek's 10s on his
later.
King 9 2's
So
flat.
that's aces. He's got the key.
Continues for 150. The king
Got
is
it all in pre-flop. Get it
not
all
the
back.
scariest
I got,
of always.
Yeah, you got more back, yeah.
I said him the other day.
See if that gets the job done.
It was 10s of the day, and I had 10 that came with 10. So I was like trying to slow play it to
Yeah.
get the quads.
Sure.
And that runner, he got a straight. One great. So I ended up losing. I was like, I was only just trying to get the 1,200. I lost 500.
Right.
It was against Aaron too.
Oh, that you were talking about that hand a second ago, right?
All right, Sanctuary, I hope you're making something good in that kitchen.
It is 10.
I didn't hear the front end. I didn't hear that you had tens for the quads today.
I made 10, of course.
I see Chase has a black chip out there. I don't know if
10 to go.
that's 10 or if that's 100. I think that's
It's 10. It's 2 by 10.
Oh, I can't.
Okay, that is 10,
straddle
so-
with
No.
Damn.
Still saying 10. I was like, maybe you just want change. I don't know. It's 2 by 10.
Here, I don't want to fold
No,
though.
you're gonna get
okay. So
1 fold, 2 fold, 3
yeah,
fold.
I think the question was whether the 10 is a mandatory straddle or whether it's a third blind, and it is a third blind this evening. So 10's the most Chase could put out there pre.
Just not realizing it's 2, 5, 10.
Yes.
I thought I double straddled a second ago.
You did. 9 check, 4 check. Heads up.
Check, check. Chase's king is the best hand,
You know
and it gets far better.
From this
9 by 20.
God, I did that last time, so I have to get up.
Unlikely to get paid, and Brooks does find them up. Hello there, David. Good to see you in the chat.
I
So
don't
yes,
know.
Chase, it's 2 by 10. One pocket order.
Over 200 of you watching this evening across all the various platforms that we're on.
Just gonna hope to straddle to 20.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Be sure and tell the algorithms
more
that
than
you
once.
enjoy this program by hitting that like,
Change
hitting that subscribe button.
the 50.
mandatory.
Or even on Twitter. I think you can retweet us
Every 9 hands. All right.
Yeah, every night.
at Texas Card House on Twitter.
For some reason, the string of bomb pots never get real big and juicy. Let's change it up, right?
Sure. I'll do my best. Have the crappiest cards and stuff set down. They'll see. They'll have to watch.
Good.
We are on a bomb pod here.
7 that I just had was
Perfect.
the best hand I've had.
Gonna play one of those every orbit this evening. Flaps aren't all that
9
interactive.
check.
10s and 6s for Benji. Got shot on the bottom.
2 fold, 3 fold, 4 call, 5 fold,
Brooks with a flop straight and a call.
7 call, 8
Jackson's fives recruiting. Some straight equity on the top. Gonna call chase.
fold, 4 players,
Also gonna call with some backdoors.
9 check,
Benji fills up on the top. And an 8 on the bottom is going to improve Brooks, I think.
4 call,
Jackson's 8s. Calls Benji's bet.
9 fold,
Over to Chase, who's now going to get out of the way. We go heads up to a river. We already know that this will chop if it gets the showdown. Jack of hearts, 3 of hearts. So 2 flushes get there. Nobody actually has a heart here, but could this potentially scare somebody off half the pot? Benji has the boat. He's going to be totally unafraid of that flush. Gonna check. Brooks with his Jackson 8s, the best hand on the bottom. Looks like he's going to bet here.
4 bet,
Pretty marginal holding to be doing this with.
1 call, shut
On the top, he just has 2 pair. He gets called by Benji.
Alright, so I'm going to be looking at 6
And we'll
10
chop
top
it up.
board, road, bottom board, I'm going to be looking at Jack 8, 10, 10, 9, 4, 6, it's going to be a chop. Got a 6, 10 top board, bottom board is going to be 2 pair Jack 8. 6 more straight, take that bet, take that bet.
Where the hearts at? They're all on boards.
Alright, 2, 5,
Get this
and
pot chopped up here.
3.
Yeah, I got a kick out of winning volleyball. Winning DT. Yeah.
I want to go to this match. UT's playing A&M in tennis tonight. Yeah, they're like on the 26th, I think.
Go to Dish Park and watch some baseball.
Yes. I usually go to one game a year for beer and a hot dog for each game. Pick a good day.
I used to sit out there quite a bit.
Pretty good.
Back to Holton.
2 fold. 2 bet, 35. 4 call.
Ace king for Tillman. Here comes the 3 bet.
5, raise, 110, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Makes it 110. Chris with the queens. The ladies definitely making their rounds this evening.
8, raise.
Chris putting in the 4 bet.
9 fold.
Makes it 350.
1 fold.
Benji and Mike and Brooks certainly going to be getting out of there.
4 fold.
Pretty light holdings. See if Tillman goes for the 5 or if he goes for the call. Looks like he does elect to just call. He does have position. Heads up to the flop. 10-9-3. Queens still good.
Eight bet, 400.
Chris with the small C bet makes it $400. Tillman with just the backdoor Broadway and the overs. Not enough to keep going. Certainly the turn bet would have been for all marbles.
I was gambling. Had 2 of them. Like that, damn. I hope I hit.
Close this game again? 2 bucks.
Scooter, what is it that you don't like about the PLO double board bomb pots?
More with that hand than any other hand.
That is a little bit of a hot take here in Texas. There are definitely some number of players who will just not play the bomb pots. They'll just sit it out, which is an option here. You can't sit out the bomb
3
pot.
fold. Four bet, 60. 5 fold, 6 fold. Seven call, 8 fold, 9 fold.
I talked at the 1-2 table over there. Didn't win a single fight.
Oh yeah.
1 call, 2 fold.
Brooks open the queen six, got a couple of takers.
4-8.
Yeah.
3 players.
Yeah. Yeah.
Three ways to the flop.
$100 just real quick.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Queen jack 9 improves a couple of our players here. Brooks with top pair, Benji with bottom pair plus gutter.
4 bet, 85. 7 fold.
Brooks makes it 85.
Get your baby's gotta be damn near
I don't see
walking by now.
Benji
Oh, she's
going
running.
away yet.
She's running.
What, is he 2?
She's 16 months, so
He's running, wow.
yeah, she's wild.
That's awesome.
So into everything, putting.
1 fold.
Well, what do I know? He
childproof
does
shit
find
on
the
everything
folds.
we can right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna put a fence up around the pool next week.
Okay, so
Took our eyes off it for about 20 seconds the other day.
I'll tell you what about the chop pots, like with the bomb pots. Yeah, you get some chopping, but
Take that as our
when it scoops, it's a big one.
I'll take the call.
It was just 20 seconds. Me and her were just standing in the living room. We're
Some of the
talking about
biggest
something.
pots I've scooped have been bomb pots.
There she is in the backyard. All right, that's it. Putting a fence around the pool.
Electric.
Electric backdoor handle.
Back to Hold'em.
Oh, that kinda sucks, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I
4
think
call, 5 fold.
I'm gonna be able to section it
6
off and
fold,
do like
7
a straight
fold, 8
line,
fold,
so that I don't have to have it
9
so
fold.
ugly around the pool.
1 call.
Then you can get rid of it in a few years.
Yeah,
Some limping.
I say that. I'll have another one coming on the way.
G-Dog gonna bump it up with that
Bet,
student connector.
75. 3 fold.
75, it looks like.
4 call.
Brooks continuing with the ace deuce off.
A call.
9 call. 1 fold.
And so's Chase.
3 players.
Three ways to the flop. 7-7-4. He's high. Good.
2 bet, 115.
G-Dog continuing. And Brooks going for the raise.
370. 9 fold. 2 fold.
370. Gets the job done. Total airball of a hand. Decides to go for the aggression.
Your wife want another one yet? Yeah. You usually want, oh, what you got? Have a sibling?
Yep.
You know?
That's
You
what
have
I
someone to
I
fight
assume
with.
anybody who's wearing a mask feels like wearing a mask, and they're free to do that.
Yeah, coming soon.
Then you're like, oh, again, I'm tired.
I can't read their minds, so I can't tell you anything further than that.
Sees the crowd.
I want 4.
Steve
but
C.
I'm
wondering
blind.
when we're going to see the commentators play. I last played 2 weeks ago on the stream. I played 2 weeks ago.
Another one.
It was a PLO game. It was a pretty good one. You can see that in the archives.
I think it's usually the
I've played,
case that,
like I played on the stream a whole bunch of times, especially before I started doing commentary. Like we've been around for about 3 years now, a little over 3 years, and
7 fold, 8 fold.
I've been a fairly regular part of the show since the beginning.
9 call. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Tillman's ace-10 of hearts getting 2 takers. Up against sixes and king-queen. And Tillman is in last place now Creek flopping middle set. Chase with top pair.
6-bet, 40.
Tillman checking with his absolute nothing. Creek goes for 40.
9, raise, 90.
Chase
5 fold.
decides to increase the price. Makes it 90, just essentially a click. Creek deciding to just go for the 3-bet.
300.
Wants to end it now.
9, 12.
Chase, though, a somewhat stubborn individual, down to just a miracle backdoor, is going to call.
Let's go.
The miracle will not happen this evening. Chase now drawing dead. Stacked a pot a little bit over 1.
6-bet.
I just hit
400.
myself. Why? Yeah, check.
Yeah. Glad he didn't bet the turn.
Yeah.
Creek makes it 400.
Check. Yeah, I should be bad.
9,
Turn.
12.
Chase going to snap call.
Probably
Stacked a
raised
pot
his
is less
turn
than
and probably
1/3. I
making him
don't
300.
see any
Well,
scenario
at least some for me, Kevin.
where Chase does not put the remaining 425 in.
Probably use the one. I fold it. Guess really, I just draw them.
Yeah.
40, why not? Yeah.
Front door diamonds come in. You don't love to see the diamonds, but
6, all in.
he does go all in. And Chase probably didn't love to see the
I
diamonds
didn't
either.
want to see a diamond.
I think he just told us that.
I just got a king.
Side call, I just got a king.
7, 6.
I didn't want to see a fucking diamond either.
That's him.
Thanks. Last thing I wanted to see.
Yeah, neither player loved that river, but they did like it enough to get the rest of it in there. Creek gonna stack Chase here.
I'll be right back.
Alright, button is correct. This one come back. Nah, I don't think he gets that.
Just like that, Creek's the big winner. Creek and Chris both up 4 figures. Not quite an hour into the proceedings here. Ragnar mentioning the Lottie line. That's right, that's something that arose fairly early in the show's history. All of you chat pros decided 15% VPIP, that's the Lottie line.
Six call, 7 fold.
If I have to have something named after me, that's not the worst thing.
1 call. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Chris raising over the limp. He can get 50. Brooks just going to call here with the ace-10 suited.
6 call. Alright, you have 4 players.
And we go 4 ways here. Cards start to stick together again. Good catch there, Russ. Chris with top pair
4 check.
and the best holding.
6 check. 8 bet, 75.
Creek does have bottom pair. Chris continues for 75.
1 fold.
Benji folds with not much. Brooks going to call here. He just has the ace and the back doors.
Heads up.
Heads up to the turn. Jack of clubs. That's an action card there. Brooks picking up the gut shot and the club draw. Chris picking up top 2.
8 bet, 150.
150 from Chris this time. See how Brooks decides to proceed here. He has too many outs, as they say. Does make the call. Going to look for a king or a club.
4 check.
The 10 will not improve him enough. Queens and jacks will be good at showdown. Florida was straight on the board.
8 bet 200.
Chris, gonna go 1/3 pot. Not terribly concerned about a 9. Brooks with second pair on a pretty awful board. Also blocks the missed draws.
Four raise 400.
Chris going for the min quick. Makes it 400. Brooks went for the quick. I don't know why I don't know who's who tonight. Brooks went for the min quick. Chris snapped him.
We wanted to see his card.
And Chris gets an extra $200.
15 minutes.
See if I can get through her hands without mixing up anybody's names. Hey, it's Monday for me too. It's post Super Bowl Monday for me too. Scooter suggesting that maybe some people wearing the mask to try and conceal tells. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. In fact, that was kind of a thing before the pandemic. Like if you watch some of the really high stakes poker content out there, like you'd often see, especially the German pros, that wear these giant scarves that just cover them almost completely. So similar idea.
7 fold, 8 fold. 9 call. Sorry, 1 call.
You still see that, like that's still a thing. Like if you go out to Vegas,
4 call.
that's definitely still a thing as well.
5 call, 6 check.
4 limpers to the flat. Ace, queen, 4. Tillman's second pair is out front.
1 check.
Check through. Nobody really holding hands of consequence.
Phones.
Third club that nobody has on this turn.
4 check, 5 check. 6 check. 1 check.
Tillman with a hammer lock on his hands if it gets the showdown. We check through. Fourth club, though,
5 check.
somebody bluffs at this. Winning is a possibility, but nobody's really going to bluff into 3 other players.
Showdown. We're seeing
So-
queens.
Tillman's queen will be good enough.
Alright, we got 20 on.
Chase, you take a picture.
All right. 2,
No.
5, 10, 20.
Same shirt?
It looks like
It's your straddle, Chase. Chase just sitting down with a reload. Hey, if you want to
16.
16 for
put
Chase.
that money to work, I just hear
Is it
60.
match stack or what?
It is. Hard no?
I'm just coming in for
Chase.
2K.
Chase is back at 2K?
2K.
Chase is coming back in at 2K. 20 is on.
Maybe it's just a 20 here.
40.
40 is on.
40. There we go. There we go. That's the spirit. Welcome to 5 Points Poker. King Benji with the ace queen. Gonna wish that he would have put on the triple.
1 bet.
Can I just raise here? A hand where I was gonna say ripping's a possibility. G-Dog. No way! G-Dog just folds ace queen. No way!
Four call. 5 fold.
Brooks calling
6
on the
fold.
button. Kunin's got a price to set mine here with the 6s if he so desires.
Okay, you got my number. Get interested going back.
7 fold.
He folds.
9 call.
Like I said before, sometimes these multiple straddles can actually end up slowing things down. Two somewhat surprising folds, but we do go 3 ways to a flop here. 5-4-3 gives Brooks the best hands with a pair. Gutters for Chase and Benji. Benji, the pre-flop opener. He's going to put the rest of it in. About a pot-sized bet pair, $435.
$435.
Yeah,
Please, for a second.
4 call.
I did.
Brooks calling with his pair.
9 fold.
Chase gets out of there.
Action, gentlemen.
Benji going to need an
Put a 6
ace, deuce, or queen.
Don't put a 6 up. Yeah.
Here we go. 10 does not help him. Nor does the jack. Brooks with the 2 pair. 1 was enough. He's got 2. He's going to stack King Benji. King has been dethroned.
It's the new Jack 4.
Rebate.
Let's come back in for that. All right, 25 is on.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. You told me that.
She's going to put the straddle on once more. Benji reloading.
I have
25 to get.
3
You got
cards.
an extra card.
Too many cards. These are getting stuck.
I know.
Discard.
And this is actually a misdeal.
We play heads up, and then all of a sudden it's like you're
Thanks for
playing.
letting me know before the river.
Yeah, sorry.
Mo the cat. You know who you're talking to here?
More than realize.
You don't think I know Ace Queen can suck sometimes? Ace Queen cost me a ring last year. That's all I'm saying. Ace Queen just had to fade 3 outs, and I win a ring. And that didn't happen. That said, I still play Ace Queen.
Thought we were on bump.
Like Ace Queen can certainly re-raise over an open raise. You could certainly re-raise. You are beating some of that raising range, like Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace 5 suited. You're beating all those.
1 call.
You can also get some of the weak pairs to fold. You block a lot of the best hands. You block aces, you block queens, you block ace king. Speaking of ace queen,
150.
Chase has it.
1 fold.
He's going to make it 150. This is a Chase straddle. So Tillman has every reason to call with what is the best hands with pocket 5s and position. King 7 deuce, those 5s are still best.
5 check.
We check, check, flop.
9 check.
And now Chase has the best hands with a turns queen, check, check. And now Chase has aces up
9 bet 2. 5 fold.
and
Ace queen.
gets no value. He's going to show that he actually had it.
All right, bump on that, dude.
And onto the bomb pot. Yeah, I mean, ace queen is a hand that I've been on the wrong side of. Like every time it feels like I'm on the wrong side of that hand. Like I could just be fading 3 outs with ace king and the queen shows herself. No, that's just how it goes.
Pretty slick.
Everyone
Chase.
with 4 cards.
All right.
So Mo the cat, what is your 3 betting range then? If ace queen's not part of it, what is your range there? Queen 3-3.
7
King
check.
6-5
8 check,
with
9 check,
spades.
1 check, 2 check, 3 check.
I see bottom 2 right away. Don't see anyone with a 3. Brooks, with a set of 6s and a spade draw.
Fold, 6 fold.
Pots it up. There we go. Kutin's got the 3.
Call. 8 fold, 9 fold.
He's got 6s and 5s, and he's got a 3.
2 fold, 3 fold.
Plenty to call. Heads up to the turns.
Alright. Heads up.
Brooks has the spades already. That's just overkill. Kudin does not have a boat here, remember. He just has trip 3s with a 7 kicker.
Okay. 7, check. 4, pot. 270.
Brooks going to hammer it here. Now holding the nut flush with the ace, king, and queen of spades all accounted for. Brooks has the flush, and he has backup in the form of that set. And with this one-way hand, that's very strong, the one-way. You could apply max pressure and get Kudin to fold half the pot, which he just did. Dante, great to see you in the chat, buddy.
Fine.
One of our, just going to show the 6s there. One of our regulars here, one of our commentators here. Great to see you, Dante. Sorry that things didn't work out for your Eagles last night. That holding call was ridiculous. Like, even if you got a little bit of the jersey, they don't call holding on that half the time.
Oh, yeah.
To say nothing about the Cincinnati game 2 weeks earlier where there was a very blatant hold that was missed on that personal foul. Time for the Sky Judge, that's what I say. I agree with you, Drew. This game is out of the muck.
Yeah. Hands always good. But King of Diamonds guy's not coming.
Dale's not a fan of Ace Queen either. Is anybody a fan of Ace Queen? It's one of those like, well, I guess I have to.
1 fold, 2, 35. Bet 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold.
G-Talk with King Queen. Someone with the jacks just flatting.
7 call.
Kudin with the better diamonds calling. Chris has a squeeze candidate of his own. He does elect a squeeze with the ace-10 of spades.
9 fold.
Chase gets out of there.
2 fold, 5 fold.
King Queen suited just folds. So do the jacks. Wow. Well done, Chris.
That was painful, huh?
I've heard king queen of diamonds and jack queen of diamonds, and I'm fucking out with that.
Ragnar, yeah, I think Carolyn is around this evening, and you may well hear her. Microphone picks up some of the outer room action sometimes. I'm with you, Chad. Ace Queen is really great when Ace Queen comes on the flop. Just a slight bummer when it's hard to get paid that way because, I mean, what do they have?
3 bet 35, 4 fold.
Mike's got queens.
6 call.
Gets 1 taker, gets 2 takers.
9 fold.
Gets 3 takers. Yeah, I hear it too.
4 fold.
6 deuce deuce. Just the flop everyone wanted to see.
1 check. 3 bet 60. 5 call. 6 fold. 1 fold.
Mike continued and Tillman called, and Tillman does pick up a gut shot.
Three bet 200. 5 fold.
Second barrel will get it done for Mike. You know, it's odd to say you never know. I mean, you do see some weird folds around here.
If she bets 150 or something like that, I call. When the spade comes, now I call. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Mo says that on the button he's rebetting ace queen. He wasn't on the button. Like, he's rebetting as a bluff. I don't think that was on the button when we saw C2 make the fold a couple hands back.
3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold.
But anyway, yeah, like
7-fold, 8-fold,
I may be a little bit more aggressive there.
9-call.
That's me, especially in a looser game like this. Like, we see some of the hands people are defending with, like ace queen becomes a value bet at that point. You're going to see 9-6 offsuit in there. You're getting value.
9 check, 2 check, 6 check,
Creek's pair of 10's the best on this flop.
9 check.
G-Dog picking up a spade draw.
2 bet, 75.
What's the 75 out?
6 call. 9 fold.
Creek calling with that pair. Auto pot control. Draw bricks out. G-Dog with just jack high. See if he bluffs or just shuts it down here.
2 check.
He elects to do the latter, just shuts it down.
10.
6
Checking
check.
it over.
Showdown. Shows 10.
Creek gonna
King.
turn the 10 over. And going to be rewarded for doing so.
2, 5, 10, 3.
I think I can gamble again. Let's see. See if I can win again. There we go.
Good to go. All right. 4 bet, 30, 5-fold, 6-fold, 7-fold. 8 call, 9-fold. 1 call. 2 fold.
Jason, you got Valentine's
3
set up?
call.
Another four-way flop here.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, you gotta go do something.
Lots of low to middle cards here. Watch it be high
You don't
cards.
usually celebrate that day. You
Holy
usually-
crap, it's tomorrow?
4 players.
Tomorrow, Valentine's Day.
Oh,
My wife went out of
man.
town today, so
And I'm glad you said something.
I'm off the book.
Oh, yeah?
And she went to see go visit
1
her
check,
dad
3
for
check.
8-7-4.
3 days.
Mike flopping too many outs.
55.
Clubs and gut shot.
Ordered some flowers.
Go buy some flowers tonight.
It's Brooks with top pair, making it 65.
1 call.
Benji's got middle pair. He calls.
Kids now, like, we usually
Mike has 5 high at the moment, but again,
horrible night to go out.
he's got the straight outs. He's got the flush outs.
3 raise.
And he's got the most equity, and he's going to raise up to 250.
Our anniversary is the 19th, so then me and her go out.
There you go.
Like, just kind of enjoyed that. She's too busy on Valentine's Day.
4 call.
Brooks calling.
We usually go to
I
Eddie
think this
B's.
is where
I
Benji's
screwed
going
up.
to find the exit.
Should have gotten reservations. It's been our Valentine's tradition, but
1 fold.
Maybe you get Eddie B's and bring it in and say,
Going to go heads up to the flop, to the turn rather.
that's what I would do.
Point flip here.
Eddie B's, I'm bringing it in.
that's a good call right there.
Yeah, say, I want
Not quite how Mike wanted to get there. He does pick up a pair of 5s. And Brooks now adding an open enter. Or rather, Brooks with a straight. What am I saying? Brooks has a straight.
500.
And Mike's going to fire out $500. And Brooks has a straight. And he is sizing up how much Mike has behind. Brooks going to go all in.
4 goes all in.
Mike with too many outs. 4 to a straight is not good for him.
3 fold.
He does fold. Understandably, as the club's the only out he can trust.
1,000. 3's adding 1,000.
Straight ends up chopping.
1,000 as well. 2's also adding 1,000.
You know, right before that spicy flop, right now where I was going to talk about that, I was going to say something like, oh crap, Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And then remember that I'm single, and so
1, 2, 3,
I'm not really
7.
sweating Valentine's Day.
See who? 2.
But yeah, I do think there were some people who genuinely did not realize that Valentine's Day is tomorrow.
She knew you kind of close. She just didn't know if the 2 was right. Whatever the other numbers were, I think she had. Player chips, stream, please.
That does give me a chance to remind you of one of the promos here at TCH Austin. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day, and you come here, you bring a
Player
date,
chips.
you'll get half off. You'll both get half off. You bring a date here to TCH Austin, you get half off your hourly tomorrow, Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2023. You can find out about all of the promos at TexasCardHouse.com.
Player chips, stream.
This month, you can get $50 in
Player
rewards
chips.
every day. You get 25 if you're checked in at 5:30 in the morning, and another 25 if you're checked in at 9:30 in the morning. You refer a friend, you'll get 50 in rewards, and the new member gets a month on the house. Also, you can play for free from 6 to 9 in the morning. That sounds nice. The early bird special.
Yours is not.
Those rewards can be used towards club access fees, membership dues, and merchandise.
So it erases it.
In fact, I used some of my rewards to stake myself a TCH hoodie just last week.
Fold.
What are the pictures for? 'Cause
9 call.
I don't know. I think they do.
1 call.
Reek bumps it up with his ace jack.
2 call. 3 fold.
Gets a bunch of calls here.
4 fold.
4 ways we go.
All right, we do have 4 players. Two check.
All clubs. And somehow nobody has a club. How does that work? Believe it or not, ace jack high is the best hands. Another club that nobody has. And now everyone has a straight draw. Only Benji's is good.
1 bet 60.
Benji gonna bet it here.
2 fold.
Makes it 60. This should clear it out. Unless
9 raise. 1.
Chase decides to raise. Makes it 180. Gets the job done. The Battle of Bluffs. You love to see it. Chad wondering if TCH is open 24 hours. Austin, I believe, remains open as long as there's a game. And I can check real quick on TexasCardHouse.com exactly what we do here in Austin these days. Now this is an hour that we're talking about, an hour where I'm just not ever in the building.
Live 20, live 40.
Yeah, so open 24 hours, so long as there's a game still going on. And If the room does go dark, they reopen at 9 in the morning.
All right.
I believe Dallas is
540,
24 hours. I
9
don't
fold,
know about Houston or Spring rather, or RGV.
1 fold,
But you can find out all those details at TexasCardHouse.com.
2 bet, 110, 3 fold,
We see the raise from G-Dog.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold,
Gooden with some inferior spades. Going to defend his $40 straddle.
heads up,
Heads up we go. Somewhat uninspiring 998. Just one spade.
2 check,
Check, check. Now the 10 gives both players a straight draw.
2 check,
Check, check. Let's get a 7 or a 6. Or king. Putin sucking out on the river.
7 check,
Pair of kings.
2 check, showdown.
Check, check.
15, kings and 9.
Nice river.
10.
Now, Ragnar, believe it or not, they don't give me free swag. Such is life.
Get barrels of string.
I'm not nearly good enough or famous enough to
2048?
get that sort of treatment.
Peer pressure.
Chad wishing Indiana had clubs like TCH. Yeah, these clubs are pretty good. The club poker
go.
scene in
Turn it
Texas, it's really great.
Get pot going.
I know there's at least one casino in Indiana. The Horseshoe, I think. I've never actually played up there. I've been to Indiana a couple times, but only for the Indy
1
500.
fold,
Not sure what part of the state you're in.
1 fold, 2 bet.
Those hotel rates are nuts that time of year. Like I got a room like an hour away in Terre Haute, and I rented a car, and that was still way cheaper.
4 fold,
I
5
was about
fold,
to jam blind.
6 fold,
I don't know,
7
hit.
fold,
G-Dog got the 175 raise with the pocket fives.
9
Chase
fold.
defending that $80 straddle.
Alright, heads up.
10-4 offsuit.
Check.
King
9
9-9.
check. 1 bet, 100, 9
Not the
fold.
worst flop for G-Dog. He is going to make the tiny C bet and get Chase out of there.
Take it, take it. Alright, 20's on, 40's on.
80 available down there?
We all just smile too. You're like me, you're happy to
You
see
see
the
Chris up almost $2,000. Creek and Brooks also having pretty good nights. Still a long way to go here as we find ourselves in a double straddled pot. Looks like 2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
Yeah, Casey needs
Some
some.
more of this wonderful 5-blind poker. No, he's going to go bigger than that.
Kelsey, yeah.
They don't really have receivers.
I think Chase is straddling a bit more than 40 here.
40.
Remember, he can straddle his entire stack if he wants.
You doing 100? Full 100.
He is going for the full 100.
100 straddle. 100 is on.
The whole chip?
Oh, and
The
some
whole
Not
chip.
just a piece of it.
You know I'm in for $2. Right? Sorry.
You never know what you're going to get from Chase.
100 to go. Chicken. We did that?
Benji limping the ace-10. We're seeing the giant straddle slowing things down just a little bit.
Fold, 3 call, 4 fold, 5 fold. There's the
Ace-king for Creek at a wonderful time.
Just the ball, he's playing like he's never gonna touch it again.
Dude, I like that.
He's just shot out of a cannon. He's just gone.
How big does he go here?
No, they're on their team number 10.
6 bet.
I think it's 400.
400. 7 fold, 8 fold.
Reasonable
9
sizing
fold,
there.
400.
Chase with a suited ace. He flats.
No,
Gross spot for ace-10 offsuit, which finds the muck. Mike with his suited connector. Far from the right odds to go chasing here. But he is going to call anyway. We go 3 ways to a flop here. Just a little over pot behind.
No, I look, guys. I wish I could say I did it.
King right in the window. Adds an 8 for Mike. Top pair, top kicker for Creek.
First time they check the gears, and I'm like, 6 bet. 500.
We'll go 500 here.
9 fold, 3 fold.
And clears it out. Nearly $1,000 profit for Creek that
All right,
hands.
everybody, bump pot, please.
Right in time for a bomb pot.
I'm good with straddle hand. Little ace deuce spades.
Yeah, there's spades.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe you, Arena, about the traffic in that Dallas area. Every time I drive up beyond Dallas, I'm always wondering how long it's going to take me to get through Dallas to where sometimes I'll try to time it to miss rush hour or anything near rush hour. Of course, that's just passing through 35. Don't know how it is within the city.
check.
6 check.
Lots that don't really
7 check,
interact
8
with
check,
each
check.
other.
9 check. 1 check, 2 check, 3 check. 4 check, 5
See
check.
trips for Putin. Better trips for Mike. In fact, he's got the boat already. Now he's got 2 boats.
6 check.
Ace 10 would make a straight on the bottom. Clubs out there. Creek with the royal flush gutter.
9 bet, 25.
And the trip 6s.
1 call, 2 fold.
Chase makes it 25. He's got the tail ends of the straight on the bottom, and that's it.
Bet 190.
Benji going nowhere with 2 pair and a gut shot. Mike potting it with his 6s full of deuces full of 6s. And absolute nothing on the bottom.
6 call, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Creek calling with his 6
9
and
fold.
his combo draw.
Fold.
We go heads up to the rivers. We see Creek actually free rolling Mike now. Not getting there though. We're going to chop here if we get to Showdown.
Correct. Correct. 6 check.
Mike checks it over to Creek.
520.
Has Broadway. No, actually Mike is going to pot it here rather. Creek checks it, yeah. That's right. One of these days I'll get this right. So Creek checked it over. Mike potted it, holding all the boats and none of the bottom.
6 fold.
Creek just going to get out of there. thinking that at best he's getting half the pot. He did just have a straight on the bottom, which is a really great way to get yourself quartered.
Alright, 2, 5, 10, please. Take it, take it.
I'm sorry?
Mike felt pretty safe to do that, knowing that he was losing only to 6, 9, and 9. So those are the only things that can scoop him.
Alright, 20 gone.
Nicely timed aggression.
Got it?
Yeah, sometimes you think this road construction is one big racket.
And 9.
Keep construction in business, right?
I keep watching him. I keep watching him.
He's a straddle.
What's that?
He's not
he's
folding.
not.
He had to
He's
re-register the
scanning.
card.
Oh, sorry.
Action's here, 20 to go.
I thought you
It's
were
because you're
folding.
pulling too close to that one, I think. So
Yeah.
if there's a little space, you can slide over just a little bit more. One call, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 call, 9 check. Alright, 3 players.
3 ways to a flop.
8 check, 9 check,
Queen, queen 5. 4
One
suited
bet
for
80.
Benji.
8 fold, 9 fold.
Clears it out real quick.
Alright, 20 is on.
See 47 likes so far. I think we can do a little bit better than that. I see way more than 47 of you watching. We've had a bunch of big pots tonight. We have Chase playing. What's not to like?
Alright. That's good right now, yeah. 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 raise, 60.
Chase not giving a walk. Oh, and a little bit of a cooler here. Ace 9 going to run into Ace King, blind versus blinds.
9 call.
Chase quickly calls the 3-bet from Benji.
Heads up.
Chase going to need a 9. Chase will find a 9. Middle pair, the best hands right now. Benji's going to lead out. Makes it 120, betting into the 3-better.
1 raise, 250, 9 call.
Benji with an unfortunately timed raise to 250. Gets the snap from Chase. So the turn we go. Stacks a pot about 1.5.
9 check.
Benji picking up a gut shot. See if Benji fires again. He does. Makes it 400. Chase going nowhere. About half pot behind. Benji looking for a king or a queen. Does not find it, but the board is for to a straight. Chase now going to lead once again. Benji with just nut no pair. On a board where nut no pair is virtually never good. He loses to half the deck. And he jack 10, 9, 8, 7. He loses to any of those, any 5 as well. But it's Chase.
1 fold.
Benji finds the folds. Chase picking up a nice one. after this blind on blind action.
I'm all hungry talking about all that.
Rick and Chris both way up.
720.
I want her to
510.
You right?
when you get home.
Carlo the Chat Pro, welcome, great to see you. Right in time to see these V-pips, we see Mike just above the Lottie line. Then we see several players playing at least half the hands.
All right, turn to go. 2-fold, 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold, 6-call, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-call, 1 check. 3 players.
Check.
9 check, 1 check, 6 check.
Chase with the best hands once again. Benji turning himself the open
1
ender.
call, 6-fold. Heads up,
Quickly calls the bet from Chase.
Check.
9 check. 1 check, showdown.
Check,
Queens,
check.
Queens.
Benji gets the pair of sixes, which is not sufficient improvement.
Thank you.
5-10, please. I'll try to fill a 5.
Get another hand dealt out here. So, you have any thoughts about that big football game last night, Carlo?
3-fold,
We'll discuss it a little bit earlier in
4
the
bet,
show.
40. 5 call, 6-fold, 7
Like
fold.
really, like Philly wins if they just make one less mistake, I think.
8, raise, 175.
That fumble was a killer.
9-fold, 1-fold, 2-fold.
Chris electing to squeeze the ace-9 suited. I like that. Too good to fold. Not quite good enough to call. Go the aggressive route. You love it if they fold ace-10. Brooks comes along. Brooks is drawing to just 3 outs with his jack-9.
Heads up.
King queen 6. Brooks with a gut shot.
8 check.
Check, check. Brooks now with the 9-high diamond draw. Keeps picking up outs. See if Chris wants to stab at it. He doesn't. He checks back. Both players rivering a pair of 9s. Chris with the better picker. Brooks
4 bet, 10.
makes it $10, giving Chris 40-1 on his money. He has to be right literally 2.5% of the time, and he's going to call, and he's going to be right. The old min bet.
I wanted to bump it to 20.
Thank you, but Craig, 2, 5, 10, please.
Yeah, I would agree, Carlo. Yeah, Philly, they made a couple of mistakes. I mean, that, like I said, that fumble was the real killer. You know, Ronnie, people definitely will have different approaches to this game. Like you'll see with Tillman though, where like he'll get paid in some spots. He'll use his image.
4 bet.
Brooks with the ace queen
5 call.
goes
6
pretty
fold, 7
big,
fold,
makes it
8
60.
fold, 9 call. 1 call. 2 fold.
Chase calling, Benji calling, Mike calling. We got half the table in this one. Not often that you see a 6x pre-flop and you see half the table take the flop. But here we are. Queen 8-6 will give Brooks and Chase both top pair. Brooks is better.
I got 4 bet. 165. 5 fold. 9 call.
165 from Brooks. Chase quickly calling.
230. Raises to 230.
No, Chase. I think there was a mistake with the graphics here.
Sorry, I said that wrong.
So Chase, they were saying Chase raised to 230, but that can't be with a 165 bet.
You went up to 225. Is that half? 225, 65. It's only 35.50, so it's not a half a bet, so it's going to be a call. Sorry about that.
So Chase is going to be held to a call. So
Either way.
if it's at least half the min raise, he would be held to a min raise. But that's not what happens here.
It's called. 35.
Chase would have had to go just a little bit bigger.
I apologize about that, guys. Yeah. Heads up.
Chase going to turn himself a straight draw here. He's got the double gut shot.
4 bet, 350. 9 call, 350.
315 from Brooks. 350 from Brooks gets the quick call.
Heads up.
And ace will give Brooks the best hands. Aces and queens. Already had the best hand, but it's a lot better now.
4 bet.
How much is it?
Take a look.
Backdoor diamonds came in, but
800 is the bet.
with Chase's misclick on the flop, did he really have diamonds? Probably not, especially. Oh, never mind that.
Gonna call.
Chase calls, gets the
The 2
bad
pairs,
news.
queens.
So I think that misclick saved him some money.
Nice hand.
Chase would have had to go to, I think, like 250 to be held to a raise. 165 min raise would be 330. Like whatever's in the middle there.
Take a pick.
I think that would have been about 245. Three players up over $2,000 at 2,510 in not even 2 hours.
20's on.
Not a bad hourly. I mean, you show up here, you make $1,000 an hour. That's the dream. Why am I working my day job when I can win $1,000 an hour? Wait, you mean you don't always win?
Fold.
Damn.
7 fold. 8 fold. 9 call. 1 call. 2 fold.
Mike gonna raise
3
over these
bet,
limpers.
100. 4 fold. 5 call. 9 call. 1 call.
And everyone calls because Texas.
I tried to. By making mine more difficult. 3 check.
Benji flopping himself top
5
pair.
check. 9 check.
He'll bet it, but he's unlikely to get paid, as
One bet, 160.
nobody
Fold, five fold,
has
nine
anything remotely promising. He will take it down. So now I guess it's baseball season. Pitchers and catchers reporting. Anybody with any hot baseball takes? I think my Mets will have another competitive year.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 bet, 60, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 bets, 250. Four fold,
Mike going
5
for the
fold,
squeeze with the 9-8 suited. Chase seems undeterred.
9 call.
Just Jack 7 of clubs there. A little bit of a pot behind.
All right, heads up.
Heads up we go.
Small in.
Chase getting rewarded. Mike with the diamond
Three
draw.
checks,
I just have a jack.
all in and a call.
What's that?
Chase moves all in
All right, no further
with his
action.
jack.
Twice?
Gets called by the diamond draw.
All right, they're gonna run it twice.
Going twice here.
Ready?
Mike looking for diamonds. That's not a diamond. Neither is that. That's a vote for Chase. And we've seen all the jacks come out.
Bottom board is going to strip jack,
Chase
then
is
ace.
going to scoop there.
Give me 1 second there.
Good hand, buddy.
Mike had 4 shots at it, could not find a diamond.
6. Yeah, 6, 6, 5. 5, 6, 65. 6, 6, 5.
I think Rihanna had something to say about diamonds last night.
Graham's gonna have 1,500. 2. Yeah, 2. Yeah, 5, 6, 65.
I feel like you need to have some giant diamonds at that halftime show if you're going to be doing that song. Like, I don't know how you work it in, but there has to be a big diamond.
Mix it in there.
And this is the Super Bowl. This is supposed to be ostentatious, right?
You get 10 out there for a piece, man.
Poblano peppers.
Now it's just yelling at him and brings back.
I see Dale talking up the arch nemesis of the Mets, the team from Atlanta.
Is that 14? There's the home alone cabin.
Rena, why are you seeing 5 jacks? You
15.
you know, so the graphic, like when it runs twice, like it was showing the flops, it shows the flops on both sides. It's the same flop. Like they got in on the flop, so. Yeah, if you're looking at the graphic, you'd see 5 jacks, but I can assure you there are only 4 jacks in the deck. I guess the other big thing in the sports world would be the Daytona 500 happening this weekend. That really big NASCAR race down in Florida. This is where I miss having Racer Nerd in the chat on a regular
7
basis.
fold, 8 fold.
Oh, y'all took the straddles back?
Well, I was ready to forward it.
9 call, 1 fold,
I'm sure he would have some hot takes, but
3 fold,
any of you have any hot Daytona takes, send them my
4
way.
call, 5 bets, 60,
Chase just limping the ace-king.
6 fold, 9 call,
Tillman taking the bait,
4 call.
making it 60. Chase just calling. He doesn't go for the limp re-raise. He's playing ace-king the passive way. He has a gut shot. Tillman with the best hands at the moment with second pair.
5 bet, 125.
At backdoor spades. Chase with overs on the gut shot. as a somewhat underrepresented hands.
Ninefold.
Chase lets it go.
Fourfold.
Tillman going to take this.
Set back on my ace king there.
Would have loved to see Chase apply some aggression pre-flop.
Ball pop. Tens out there.
Chase probably could have entered it pre. Certainly could have
Makes sense. Why it's 10
Ten
back.
straddle mom pot, sir.
could have put Tillman in a tough spot. The thing is, Ace Jack can be good against the player with as wide a range as Chase. As we go to a bomb pot, Chase tries to put more than $10 in. But no, sir, just 10. That's the most you can put in right now.
Couldn't get off of it.
Four cards to each player. Two flops on their way out here. Tillman with bottom
5 check,
set,
6 check.
and that's about it for him.
8 check. 9 check.
Tens and fours for Creek on the bottom.
1 bet. 60.
Pair plus draws for
2
Chris.
fold.
Benji has made it 60. 9-8-8 deuce, good for open enters on both sides. Mike calls. He's got 2 pair.
5 call. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 call.
Brooks calls with a bunch of straight outs. Tillman calling. We go 5 ways to the turns. A 3 of diamonds and a 9 of spades.
5 check.
Spades come in on the bottom, but nobody has spades somehow.
1 bet. 75.
Chris has turned the straight. See if he can get to the river that way. Benji making it 75
3
with
call.
nothing that's live. Bunch of straight draws that are no good. Mike calls
4 call.
top
5
2,
fold. 8
which
call.
is beat. Brooks calls with
4 players.
the open ender. Chris calls. King of spades, 3 of hearts.
Yes.
We'll
8
have
check.
Chris scooping this if this gets to the
check.
river.
3 check. 4 check. Showdown. Alright, I'm seeing maybe like 10 jack top board so far.
Yeah,
King
so
jack top
this
board so
is
far.
kings and jacks for Chris,
Jack 8 straight.
and then the
Jack 8
nut straight on the bottom. Well, not the nut straight, the
Jack
best
10,
straight.
Jack 8, 5. This is going to be king jack on top board.
The miracle scoop
That one is gone. That one's not. And
after
that one's
Tillman
right.
released that set of 6s on the previous street, which is usually the correct thing to do. Every now and then you get that scoop. Something, too many chop pots I heard earlier tonight. That is certainly not the hand that you'd expect to see scooping when you went 5 ways to the
barrel to
turns
stream,
and you
please.
get that run out.
Is that okay? Live 25, live 50. No, no.
2, 5, 10, 25, 50. There we go.
25 then 50. Yes, ma'am.
This game is alive.
Good to go. 50 to go, guys. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 raise. 125.
I can raise it up.
4 call. 5 fold,
Brooks with
6
some
fold,
dominated hearts.
7 fold, 8 fold,
Chase with 2 cards that are suited. He
9
won't
fold.
call.
All right, 3 players.
3 ways to a flop.
9 check.
Jack 10-4. Nobody flops a pair. Brooks with the
4 check.
open ender. We check through. Chase turning a spade draw and a gut shot. One of the
3 check.
best turns he could possibly hope for with that 5 of spades.
4 check.
Now the equity favorite as we check through again. 7 on the end is going to give Chase a pair of 7s and the winner if we get to Showdown. Front door clubs do arrive.
4 check. Showdown. Here in
We
7.
check through. Chase is going to win. He's going to
Scene 7.
turn over the 7-3. Nice river, sir.
I wanted a spade.
Too many outs do occasionally get there.
I think it
Clean
is.
that hell out.
You had a bunch of pair outs. You had the straight outs. You had the flush outs. As we get a look at our winnings. And the B pips. Coonan descending towards the Waddy line now. See if we can find him a few playable hands.
Quiet table.
20 zone.
Not getting any cards.
Chase gonna let it right there. The $20 straddle
Do everything.
going out there this time.
Live 20. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3, that's 60.
God defense drop.
Mike makes it 60. Brooks gonna wake up with a real hands.
4 bets 180.
180 from Brooks.
5
Don't even know what
6
someone
fold.
has. He's reaching for chips. He's got ace-2 suited. Chris with a middling suited ace.
8 fold.
Yeah, it pains you to fold, but usually the right choice there. Chase coming along with his queen-jack
3
offsuit.
fold.
Mike gonna feel priced in there with his couple of clubs.
All right, I got a better hand than 7-3, guys.
Worst hand at the moment, but he could go worse to first.
About my hand.
4 players.
4 ways to the flop.
Check.
9-8 deuce will give Mike the gut shot.
3 check.
Tillman with the
Four
best
bet,
hands with a
350.
pair of deuces. Hard to make a pair. Brooks continues for 350. Tillman with bottom pair and backdoor hearts.
5 fold.
After this action,
9 fold.
I can understand him getting out of the way. Over to Mike with the gut shot, the over, and the backdoor clubs.
I don't want to see it either. Dude.
Gonna peel. Just over pot behind for him.
3 check.
4 of clubs is gonna give him the club draw. See if Brooks follows through here. Ace King High still ahead. Certainly a lot more vulnerable now.
4 bet 650.
650 from Brooks. Mike going for the check jam. 1,600 total. Brooks is really only beating Mike's exact hands. Not a huge sizing relative to what's in the pot. 940 more into a pot that'll be 4,600. Way too easy to be crushed, though. He is going to call. Mike looking to hit a pair or a straight or a flush.
One time.
Gonna go once. Here we go. And there's the 10. Mike Rivers the straight. He will get the double up.
So dirty.
It's on the flush draw. to get there.
Brooks cannot believe it.
Oh, the clubs. All right.
Wow.
I don't care. I'm winning.
Once again, too many outs. We'll get there.
That's it. One more card.
Brooks gonna say good hands.
Another club.
Brooks gonna get it counted out and get the monster pot shipped Mike's way.
So you're looking at 1,000, 14, 15.
These rivers tonight, man, you gotta love these
So I ran
rivers.
3 times.
Take it, take it.
Beat.
We see Mike get out of the hole and into the black.
Chase. These are made of gold.
You did your job
A
on
little past halfway tonight.
I know,
On
right?
TCH Live from Texas Card House in Austin.
You did try to stop him.
William Waddy, the New York Knit with you on this
25, guys.
wonderful
5
Monday evening here.
2 bet, 60, 3 fold.
$20 straddle,
Call,
$60
5 fold, 6
raise.
fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. One call.
Benji gonna defend that straddle. We're gonna have a 3-way flop.
I got 3 players.
He wasn't happy when he got called.
That's what's sick is you would have won both boards if you're in it.
1 check, 2
No
check,
sweat
4
for
check.
G12 top pair. You check through. Brooks is gonna catch a little something here with a pair of
2
9s.
bet, 200.
This check
wanted a
will
four
probably
pair or
get
something,
G-Dog a little bit of additional money.
1 fold.
All right, I'll set the timer. 50 30.
So the river we go, and the jack will be aces up for G-Dog. See if we can get any further value out of Brooks. Brooks perhaps a little bit steamy from that dirty, dirty river
475.
just moments ago. 475 from G-Dog, pretty polarizing. Gets called. Gonna get shown 2 pair. Another big one, not going the way Brooks hoped.
Take it, take it.
Time Traveler Poker, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hitting the like button. Won't you all follow Time Traveler's example and hit the like button yourselves?
20's on.
Totally free to do. Free is a pretty good price.
Guess I'm adding this next hand.
Yeah, next hand. 20 is live. 3 bet, 60, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Another live 20 on here.
8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
The rare raise and take it.
How much you guys?
740.
Might be our first one tonight in 47 hands.
740 to C5, gentlemen. Did you have one out there? Two out there. Sorry, I just saw one over here, one here. Okay, that was me. Okay, so that's you. Your 5-5.
See a lot of showdowns happening. So we see those statistics go by.
Yeah, 2040 and 740 wins 2. Perfect. All right.
By 20 life 40 once again.
Alright. 40's live. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 call. 1 fold.
Chase limps his ace. G-Dog with a far better ace.
2 bet. 235.
Ace King of Clubs goes 235. Brooks with Jack 7 of Diamonds saying, normally I would be saying 235 is a bit too big, but
Call.
we see more than one player here happy to call no matter what the size. Chase will go away. Brooks at least with 2 live cards this time on this heads-up flop. Something for everyone here. Brooks with top pair. G-Dog with nut clubs to go with his overs. G-Dog checking it over.
300.
Brooks goes for 300.
2 all in.
This will be a check jam for G-Dog. Brooks really just wondering what he just walked into here. He makes the call. He's got top pair. And yet, he does not have as much equity as his opponent,
Go once.
who does not yet have a made hands. We go once. G-Dog needs an ace, king, or club. There's the club. No sweat. G-Dog turning the nuts. Gonna stack Brooks. And confirming that is coverage. And G-Dog winning a monster pot. Flopping too many outs. Going for the check jam.
Thank you.
I think that was his only path to winning a pot that size. That was his only path to getting the entire stack there.
300 C4.
B continues on flop. Brooks probably calls and then folds on the club turn. If you check call, he just shuts down when the club hits. See if Brooks comes back in.
Good luck.
Brooks is going to straddle his entire $300. He pulled out $300 in black chips and has straddled them.
Give me a 2.
2, 5, 10, 300.
Together. 5 fold.
Let's play 7 big blind steep, everyone.
6
saw the
fold.
hit card.
7 fold.
I saw the hit card. 9 fold.
It doesn't matter.
You don't have anything
No,
left.
actually, yeah. That's all right. You don't have any more. Sorry. 8 fold.
No one has anything. Chase can't believe that he has to fold his hands. King Benji with a suited king. This would be an excellent jam for him. Just 2 players between him and the straddle. This would be an excellent shove.
1 fold.
Gonna just call.
Fold. 3 fold. All right. No further action, gentlemen.
We don't know what Brooks has.
You don't know if you're blind?
Yeah, he's blind.
You're blind.
Gonna have to give it a second for the graphics because
I love it.
I don't think it's got him in there right now.
It's a Josh move. That.
Oh, because you got plus That's weird.
So this will be mystery hands here.
You going? All right.
King
Worry
7
about
though.
that.
King 7 of clubs almost certainly ahead here. And the board's getting run out. I can't see it yet.
Showdown.
I see. Okay, so the King 7 has made the hind end of the straight there.
So far.
A straight to the jack.
All right, he's got the bigger straight.
Queen and a 10 means that Brooks will get the double up. Straight versus straight. What a fun run out there. Welcome back, Brooks.
It was a sneaky straight to see.
It was.
Queen 10, not a bad hand to have when
What was all out there? It was Queen 10, 8, 9, Jack.
when you got nothing there.
The last ones were.
When you're,
10.
Okay, 10 hearts, yeah. All right.
I think we're just trying to find a way where Brooks doesn't
I
win.
much appreciate every single one of you guys.
Thanks.
Good luck to
We do
everybody.
dealer change or we just do orbit?
Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do.
Something different.
Thank you guys.
Sounds like Russell stepping out of the
Don't
box.
do,
Jesse going to
pineapple,
step
cream
into the
pineapple?
box.
Pineapple?
I hate that.
And
No?
I see everyone getting their tents out for that
Don't do
kilo
a
bomb
5
pot.
card?
We can't.
I've never played 5 cards.
You have to have 7.
What a game we've had so far.
You want to play anything different?
Oklahoma?
Yeah, never look
Never
at
played
these
Oklahoma,
winners.
I'll play it.
That's pretty fun.
Have I? How do you play it? How do we play Oklahoma?
You get 6 cards and you separate it
You
into
gotta
a
set your
PLO
hand.
You're right, I have played it. Yeah, I have played it. I have
If only we could actually do Oklahoma on the stream.
Alright, so we're playing Oklahoma?
Not enough cards for that either.
Yeah, give 'em-
We also don't have enough cards for this
Alright,
many
we have
players.
this
You can't play
right here.
Oklahoma
This is
with
a
9
hard
players.
Markets are going to be closer to it.
Like you wouldn't even get to the board. So
You good right here?
Oklahoma, you get 6 cards. 6 times 9 is 54, which is more than 52. To say nothing about having to put out a board. You get 6 cards, you separate them into a hold'em hand and an Omaha hand, and then you play the hands out like normal, and you split the pot between the 2 hands.
And you would hit it both ways.
I've mostly played it as a fixed limit game. I have seen it as pot limit when we have a no limit deuce to 7 game that goes every now and then around here. We'll have a rotation of bomb pots in that game. Pot limit, Oklahoma being one of them, as well as PLO like you're about to see, as well as double board Big O, ultimate high low, and deuce to 7 but straight to the draw. That gets wild. Our friends AA Ron took me for a bunch of money last week in that game. That's the way he runs, though. The one time, like he's 3-betting like crazy, the one time he gets pushback, he actually has it. Unfortunate for me. We see G-Dog casually flopping a boat. Top set for Mike on a very fleshy board. Tilling with the jack high hearts, but King Benji with the ace high hearts. Making it 75 with what is a very one-way hand. G-Dog just flatting with his boat. Would love to keep it multi-way here. He has a hammer lock on half the pot. And looks like Brooks coming along with his king and his straight draws. The hearts get heartier. G-Dog and Benji going to chop this up if it gets the showdown, and we thin the field down to the 2 of them as we go to these rivers. Flush on board. He only gets to play 3 of them. Rest of it goes in and call and choppy chop chop. Now we go back to Hold'em. We are
Oh yeah,
50 hands into the evening. Here comes number 51.
The last place. My wife will want to be.
We've had a lot of good ones so far.
bring this guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new league. No judgment. New league.
2-5-10. I don't think Brooks has any red chips at the moment.
Quarter?
Oh, no, 10.
Live two.
Bring multiple dates?
Why not, right?
Does the discount compound?
Hey, TCH doesn't
100% off, you bring two?
They start giving you money.
Freak limping. Brooks going to get a free look at his 9-8. It is dominated. And I believe Brooks has flopped an open ender. I see King 10-7. Looks like King 10-7 rainbow, which would mean gut shot for creep. Brooks is $15, gets the quick call. Deuce of spades on the turn. Total brick. And then Brooks' turn bet gets the job done. Another small one heading his way. Hey, comebacks can happen. You just do that one pot at a time. Find yourself another double up. You already found one. Ace king for Kuden. There we go. Get him back in the game here. Very solid holding in a $20 straddle pot. It's at 60.
Still need another card.
And he gets no action.
One down for Dell.
Raise and take it again.
There's no back doors here. You need like side doors. You need like trap doors, side doors.
Yeah. I said I need one more card, one for down for double.
Oh, just leave it there. Alright, we'll let you go.
Left 10, left 20, left 40.
Uh-oh. 80's available.
2, 5, 10, 20, 40 this hands.
Left 40 trick. I think it's your practice.
I guess Chase not going for the triple. It's okay. Got a lot of limping. You see a lot more limping as the straddle gets bigger. Kuden going for the big squeeze up to 280. Chris with that beautiful Jack 10 suited. Wants to see a flop. This may incite an avalanche of calls. King Benji with not a lot behind. 6-5 of diamonds. Pretty thin holding. He's going to put half his stack in. Brooks going to put all of his stack in with the 8-7 offsuit. Problem is, you're always getting at least one caller with his hands. Like if it gets back to Benji, he's priced into calling. Kuden with the king 9, wondering what this funky back raise is. Really, he only has to be worried about Chris somehow waking up with it behind him. I believe this is a live raise. I believe action would be open to re-raise if you're Kuden. And he does do that. Chris quickly folds and like Benji's going to call, so we're going to get a three-way run out here. Going to make a side pot here as you can only win what you put in the game of poker. So our short stack can win as much as they put in from the other two players. The excess goes into a side pot, so Benji and Brooks going to have a small side pot here. As we go to a run out, Kuden out ahead with his king nine of hearts. Flops top pair, straight draw, I think.
Shut off the side pot, please. See if that ends.
And I believe Kuden is going to win everything with his pair of kings.
So take the side for the main pot.
Just a pair of sevens for Brooks. A bricked straight draw there. Same story for Benji. Open ender ends up with just a pair of fives. We're going to see Benji and Brooks both get stacked. We'll see if
Seat
either
open, live
or both
stream.
decides to come back. Sounds like Brooks is going to call it a night. Thanks for playing here. Hopefully you run better the next time. Just a couple of really unfortunate hands. That funky two-pair versus set, I think Brooks was the one who got rivered there, and then the hand with G-Dog. Where he finds the hero called Ace-King, and rivered there.
It's supposed to be picked. They picked your seat before you because you were a little intimidating.
I think I see Chris putting the 20 on.
Since I was late and you were late, they picked it for you. That was a dead seat call. Oh, I know you put him on tilt. I'm like, he's
All right. On to the next hand. Guess Chase has folded the ball already.
You know what? Okay, I swear to God. You know what's I played him with 2.5 hours last week, heads up. Huge net heads up. Huge net. Never pops. Never, fucking checks every. I swear to God, I've never seen it.
Went from Creek. Kuden with the king queen. Kuden with the raise. Chris with the suited gapper. Goes for the 3-bet with the 10-8 of hearts. Makes it 320. And gets the fold from the king queen offsuit. Aggression gonna do the trick again.
Who's saying?
Things over there at the white hat.
As we see 4 players up 4 figures. Just a couple of hours of 2-5-10.
The rice is right.
2-5-10, sometimes more, let's be honest.
I just learned that yesterday, 2 days ago.
It's over there at the Good Lot. I've never tried it. My wife has. She says it's good. The Good Lot. Tillman, you ever go over there?
And going on to a bomb pot.
It's
We're doing those once in orbit, and I think we just got an extra one for the dealer change.
And it's got a little brewery going on.
This is what you normally see in the Hold'em games here at TCH.
If you get family, for sure. Like
Once in orbit
my
plus
little girl, she runs around
on dealer
turf
change,
area,
but
plays
on the stream we only have one dealer change an evening, whereas they're normally every half hour. Here comes some flops. Not that interactive. We see Tillman with 3-pair. We see Kuden with king high hearts. Kings and 4s for Kuden. So Kuden with a lot of scoop ability there. Chase potting with aces, double suited. A really awesome hand, except on these flops where they've pretty well whiffed. Tillman gonna call Kind of dodgy call there, in my opinion. He's got 3 pair, and it's an all-heart board, and he has no backup. He is a one-way hand. Putin going to call. Pretty firm grasp on both halves of this pot. And the grasp gets somewhat loose in there. Tillman
Let's see what he had against you.
pulling the 8 on the turn,
Oh, did it
which is
show?
going to give him the bottom boat.
Oh, okay. What was the board?
Putin, meanwhile, filling up on the top King's Full of Force for top boat. So Putin feeling really great about half. Tillman probably going to feel okay. He does block the bigger boats. Putin going to pot it.
Fold.
Chase picks up a spade draw, but can't really like it. Tillman going to pop it up here. Kind of unfortunate here. He's going to pot it here, and the money's going to go in. Tillman is actually getting free rolls. Putin could spike a bigger boat,
Yeah.
but he won't. Chop it up.
7-8 too.
Yeah.
I got that last game.
But
I was like, I got all the outs.
Yeah.
it's so weird.
I was like, I'll call one time.
There was one more king in the deck that could have scooped Tillman there.
It's so tight. I don't understand.
I don't know. Heads up feels so different though.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to bet out of turn. I thought it was me first time.
But he was over folding like every hand.
Yeah.
I was gonna check and like handle that. And he was trying to ruin it.
There were also a few outs where Putin could
Pretty
have quartered
hands,
Tillman.
but it's not for those boards. Double suited aces.
Back to our 2, 5, 10, 80 hold'em. $80 might be a bit too much to get the action going here.
Any colors on there?
Chase is going to pick up $17. All he had to do was put 80 in without looking at his cards. And that ace probably would have continued pre. I think I see the 20 on there. But I'm just seeing things. The 20 did not go on there.
Try not to.
Putin going an aggressive route. The suited queen. He gets 2 callers, and both hands are worse than his queen, especially when a queen shows itself in the window. Top pair for Putin. Middle pair for Benji. It's Chase putting out the $20 bet, though. Everybody continues to the turn. 6 of hearts, pretty useless turn. We check through. That 10 river is going to seal it for Putin. $85 bet gets no takers. Get these cards shuffled up, and we'll get another hand here. Meantime, we'll let you all know all this month at TCH Austin. We've got the Quads of the Day promo once again. prize today. It's Quad Kings. I don't know the size of the jackpot. You can find that out at texascardhouse.com. Every day it doesn't hit, it goes up another $200, and it goes up one more hand. So tomorrow would be aces. And the day after that, deuces, and so on. Also, another way you could win some money with quads, get quads in your hands in a bomb pot or a PLO hand. You get $400 if you get quads in your hands. I saw it get hit a couple weeks ago, right after the PLO stream. We kept going a while, and somebody hit it. And congratulations to that individual. These promos are live on the stream as well. I have twice hit a promo on stream. As we see another three-way flop where two players get themselves a pair. Benji's ace, the better of the two pairs. See Sanguito joining us in the 4 seat. What the other pair he calls and picks up some outs with the diamond draw. Benji now with aces up. Goes full pot, 120. And Sanguito with a turn that he also likes. He does have position. Opts to raise. Makes it 375. I don't think aces up is going to go anywhere here. I'm going to hazard a guess. He does call. To the river we go. Sanguito gets a red card, but not the correct shape. Benji checks it over to Sanguito, the last better, hoping that he follows through, but he does have enough showdown value that he can just check it back. Gonna see the two pair. Gonna feel a lot better about not going for it on the river.
What's that?
And we'll get some more cards dealt out here. Sixes for Creek. Gonna make it 35, and he's gonna run smack into some 10s. Kuden will increase the price. He'll increase it to $120.
120?
And we're going to see a 6 hit in the muck. Creek calls. Heads up we go. No 6 on that flop. Pretty safe one for 10s. Jack 9-5. Apparently the other 6 is also sitting in the muck per this graphic, but Creek would not know that. He will check call. And he'll turn himself a gut shot on this 8 of spades. Kuden now has the open ender to go with what was the better hands anyway. And that'll do it for that hand. Still see well over 100 of you in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from this evening. Let's see just how far TCH Live extends across the world these days. Someone with the 7-5 suited. Here's the 10, chase calls. Mike gonna squeeze with the 6-5. And look at this flop. 7-5-3, couple of hearts. Tillman with top 2. Mike Bell with the straight flush gut shot and middle pair. Chase with bottom pair, backdoor, ace high hearts. Mike bets small and Tillman just rips it in. He rips in 18. No, he doesn't. He makes it $200. That was a humorous misclick. These things happen, so $200. Chase is going to get out of the way. Now let's pile the money in. How about that? Mike gonna flat here. Turn's gonna pair the 3 right in time for Chase to fold. And we go check, check. The jack on the river will dash Mike's hope. Mike, gonna go for the bluff, $600 full pot, and it's gonna work. Tillman gonna
Ace of hearts.
get off the best hand there.
Just enough for me to get out of there.
Rena, I think Tillman's shirt says Tillman Physical Therapy. Which, as far as I know, that's his operation there. Let's see who's watching from where. Ragnar watching from San Marcos. Driven through San Marcos many times. I've never stopped there. But it is between Austin and San Antonio. I know earlier tonight we had somebody from Indiana. Top pair for both players, but a good chance of a chop. Mike's c-bet gets called, and this Queen of Hearts means that either player's kicker is playing right now. Mike checks it over to Tillman, who's going to make it 60. Gonna call. And kings and queens with a 10. We go check, check for both players. What a player watching from Killeen up north. That would be between here and Waco. I mean, Dallas might be overselling it. I mean, Waco is between here and Dallas. Killeen is between here and Waco. Yeah, Rena, the toll road can be a nice way to get around I-35 traffic if you're driving down to San Antonio. Also, it depends on where you want to end up. Like the toll road just like sort of drops you onto I-10 in the middle of nowhere, and you still got to drive a bit to get into San Antonio, at least where I was heading down there. As we have ourselves another bomb pot. Today in Texas traffic woes. Lots of clubs. Very straighty. Mike with the straight flush draw, the flopped flush. And 2 pair and a straight. Mike just has like all sorts of things. Tillman with the top end of the straight on the bottom is going to pot it up. Back to Mike, who's going to just fold. The 2-pair on the flush. Wow. Bit of a snug fold there.
Go into a redo?
Yeah, we do that too. 2 pair in a straight.
Players have decided on a do-over, apparently. We're going to have another bomb pot. Why not? Just promise me that this time if you have 2-pair on one side and you have a flush and a redraw on the other side, you're not going to fold. Because otherwise we're going to be here all night doing redos. Yes, you're out of position, but I mean, like you had pieces of both sides. And you're probably going to end up heads up is the other thing. Another monotone flop. Slightly less straighty. This time Mike's not going to have any hard choices with his hands.
What?
Okay, there we go. Chase with the jack-high spades. Also with a pair of jacks, he's going to pot it. Benji's going to repot. He just has bottom set on the top board. And a pair on the button. No, he's just going to call, rather. Sorry for that. G-Dog with the flush and the open-ended straight flush draw. He's going to fold. Come on, man. Tillman calls. We're going to go 3 ways to the turns. Chase is going to have a good flush there with the jack-high flush. On the bottom, that's going to be trip 5s for Benji. And the best hands with no kicker, though. Chase's flush still good on the top. Benji's 300 is going to get 1 player out of there. Over to Chase. He's got the jack-high spades. Sizing up the stack. He's got a pair of jacks on both sides.
Yeah. I can't.
Decides that a one-way hand is not quite good enough. I wanted to see the 6 of spades on the top river. I wanted us to get to the river and see a 6 of spades. I think it was still in the deck. How do you feel about rabbit hunting? That's both a question for the chat and it's a deep reference to something in poker late last year. Freak glimpse. G-Dog at the 5-3 suited. Gonna call. Mike gonna re-raise. Or raise, rather. There's not been a raise yet. This will probably attract the calls. Oh, Mike's gonna limp folds. But 5-3 suited doesn't miss according to some blocker somewhere. Except when that flop comes out, then it misses. Both players with a pair. Mike's got a gut shot. A bet and a call. Deuce of spades. Oh, now 5-3 is looking pretty live here. $200 for Mike now. Ace is up for Creek. Creek is going to put in the raise and that hands. Hey, Ragnar got the reference. Well done. Yes, Swell Poker is a legend for managing to to outrun the poker worlds for like 2.5 weeks or whatever it was for that Platinum Pass. Wish he could have cashed that tournament. He's a nice guy. I've met him a couple of times. Did a show with him one time last year. Really great. Like, I was not paying close attention to that when it was going on. Like looking at the videos he put out, I think I would have gotten the live stream clue. I think I would have figured him out there because like you could have just looked at all the poker streams and seen who was on both of them. And yes, 5-3 is Jamin Burton's hand. Yeah, I knew that was Jamin's hand. But I can't just drop all the names, can I? Chris has a gut shot. Chris has a pair. Check, 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 check. And way too many times for anybody to put money in. Chris is going to win here. Two, 5, 10, 20, 80. Yeah, personally, I don't care if somebody wants to rabbit hunt or not. Just do it quick if you're going to do it. Just do it quick. Personally, I tend to save the rabbit hunting for the basset hounds. Uh, 180 from Tillman. Chase with a better ace here. And an ace on the flop. Tillman could be in some trouble here. Chase is going to fire out a little under half pot. Chase does have him out-kicked. Four of hearts will keep that. So, check, check.
Ace.
Queen on the river. We somehow check, check again. Chase going to win a pot, which is not as big as I was expecting. Ragnar, I enjoyed that video Caitlin put out at halftime yesterday. Our friend Caitlin Comiskey, she's been on the show a number of times. Caitlin from Texas Poker is the YouTube channel. And yeah, she's got some good stuff. She's up for 2 GPI awards this year, which is really cool to see there. I'm glad I don't have to vote on some of these awards. Like the Rising Star in Content category, I've known 3 of those people for a while. Like I could be happy with any winner there. Like that's such a stacked category. Chris gonna squeeze his suited connector. Unfortunately, this is a table that does not like to fold. Jack 10 suited, gonna call. He went pretty big too. Tillman suited ace, gonna call. And he does have the button, I'll give him that. But he does not have a lot of money behind, a little bit less than pot. Jack 8-7, couple of spades. Mike with the straight flush gut shot and top pair. He's got the whole world in his hands. Now check it over Tillman. We check through. Tillman picks up a deuce now. Chris with the 7. Tillman with the deuce. Mike with top pair and too many outs.
So, just table 9. If he doesn't get table 9,
They playing Kristen or next.
Gonna go for some value now. Like he would never have to fold, so I'm fine with him betting here. 350 is the bet. Clears it out. Was in pretty good shape to begin with. Mike's gonna take a nice pot there. Continues against the squeeze and gets rewarded. We see him now up almost 4 figures here. King Queen being at 35. Greek waking up with Ace King. Makes it 100. And we'll get a heads up flop here. Neither player connecting well. Backdoors for both players. Ace King still ahead. $75 C-bet gets the call. Deuce of Hearts slams those back doors shut. Greek going for the second barrel. Gets the fold there. From a hand that was drawing to just 3 outs. Let's put the straddle on. We're going to see that he's gotten rewarded. King 7 of diamonds for Sanguito. Opens it up. $90. Chase with the Ace King. Goes up to 280. Over to G-Dog in a straddle with the jacks. 4-bet very likely on the way here. I could see him and Chase getting in.
Started with about 17.
They're talking about stack sizes. You know what that probably means. No way he folded! Wow! Sanguito is going to call here. Not what I would have expected.
Sure.
986 flop. Sanguito with the open ender. Sanguito could be on the hook here. Looks like 250 from Sanguito. Chase going to call. Does have the backdoor hearts. Is beating some draws.
Check.
But Sanguito now making the straight. A 7 will chop it. But I doubt we get that far. Sanguito's got a pot-sized bet left behind. What was straight here? Does go for all of the money. Chase lets it go. Yeah, did he fold jacks twice? I know somebody had folded jacks earlier tonight. I thought that might have been Tillman. If G-Dog folded jacks twice, I mean, that's also a possibility. You can't fold the jacks there. That's got to be a cold 4-bet. And then what happens is Sanguito gets out of there with his king 7. Like, imagine you pop it up to just like $800. Sanguito's going to get the hell out of there. And then you and Chase are going to flip for whatever Chase had. You're going to flip and you're going to have a small edge. There's just no way on earth I'm folding jacks on that last hand.
Oh, yeah, ace king. What can I do?
G-Dog will re-raise the ace-8 of spades. Now, if it was G-Dog, I believe you, Dale. Like, I don't remember that well. I just remember that jacks got folded. Or maybe jacks got folded twice tonight.
What's the other thing?
People are allergic to playing jacks.
You had a 7?
I think they've been watching too much Brad Owen. Like, they took it literally. Like, he talks about, no right way to play jiggities. And I think some people are maybe taking that to heart sometimes. That said, I mean, we all have some horror stories with that hand. I mean, there were 2 times last year. I was all in for like 5 figures of equity in the tournament, and I had jacks, and I lost both times. I was ahead and I lost both times. I mean, those 2 hands together, they probably cost me at least $15,000 last year. Such is life. That said, there was one time a few years ago where I had jacks and I ran into kings, and then I sucked out, and that was worth $15,000 or so in my favor. As we see, Chase flapping the only pair here. Tillman with the open ender now. Chase with 2 pair. Chase is going to rip over Tillman's bet there. Tillman going to have to just let it go, holding just the open ender. He's going to show that he had it. Yeah, Del, I'm with you. I just can't fold jacks. You had a fairly standard open. You had a fairly standard open, and then you had a very aggressive player in Chase put in a 3-bet. And you got to go with the jacks there. Yeah, dear, we don't have any giveaway going here, so you might be thinking of something else. Dear Monarchy.
I was going to say, unless you got 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah, I don't know of any giveaway going on right now. Yeah, I'm definitely putting in the 4-bet there. We have a bomb pot. We have a 5 of spades as the exposed burn. And we have, let's see, just a pair. We see jack high spade draw for Sanguito. We've got King Benji with a set on both sides. He's got a set of 9s and he's got a set of 9s. I'm looking for the other big equity numbers here. G-Dog's got nut hearts and he's got an ace. Over to Sanguito with the jack high spades. And he's got 2 pair and he's going to just fold. King, King, Queen, 7 going to call for Tillman. So we have G-Dog's nut hearts and pair of aces. We have Tillman with an overpair and a queen, and we have 2 sets. Interesting turns here. Spades come in on the bottom. Nobody remaining, though, has spades. Tillman has turns the nut diamond draw on the top. And now a pair of aces for G-Dog. Benji's bet, holding the 2 sets, is going to get the job done. And no problem, dear. These things, dear Monarchy, these things all run together. I'm glad to have each and every one of you in the chat. As we get into Power Hour here on TCH Live. You know, one last hour of stream, and these pots might get a little bit bigger. People may be looking to get unstuck. The game does continue if the players want to keep going afterwards. We have a $20 straddle and a limp and a raise with a 6-4. Sankito with the kings. I think this is the first time we've seen kings and hold'em tonight. We haven't seen aces. We've seen queens. We've seen ace-king. We've seen jacks that nobody wants to play, and now we're going to see some black kings for Sankito. Makes it 230. Back over to Creek with the threes. Not in a set mining mood, and Kuden has 6 high. I doubt that he actually continues here. Assuming this hand was read correctly, this is 6-4 of hearts. I say that he puts out some chips. He puts out some calling chips. We're going to go heads up to a flop. We've got kings. We've got 6-4 of hearts. Who you got here in the chat? Who you got? $500 in the middle. Oh my God. Kuden flopping the heart draw. Sankito going to see the mandatory ace on the flop. When you have kings, an ace comes out. That's the rule. Just a matter of whether it matters or not. Sankito continues for $200. If you're Kuden, I mean, you took a flop and now you have a draw. I mean, it's what you wanted, right? He is going to call. He's going to try and find himself another heart. Doesn't find the heart, but he does find an 8, which does give him a gut shot now. Now looking for either a heart or a 5 or a 9. He's got 2 gut shots. Sankito checks now. Concerns he could be up against something substantial. Kuden going to pounce on this. He has one of the worst hands he's ever going to have here. No showdown value. He has basically the nut low. He makes it 550. Can Sankito hang on with second pair, no backup, in a 3-bet pot? I don't think he's going to. He lets it go. Kuden gonna take it down there. And we got the live 20 on again. Hey, I told you things can escalate during Power Hour. We have 6-4 taking a flop in a 3-bet pot. Dale, if I had points to give you, I'd give them to you, but I don't have points. They don't give me that kind of power around here.
I'll give you some.
Right on.
Imagine if YouTube had like predictions for these silly points like Twitch has. Kings and eights for Chase, probably a little bit too much of this flop. As Greek's going to just go away. Chase going to show another monster.
Three could have been really good.
Only about 3
My pocket three's that hand will look pretty good. See the connector. Post him.
This and this one.
Let's see, we have the 20 on. We have the 40 on. Jack 8 of diamonds for Chase, going to limp in there. Sangita with the words are hard special, the 9 Triz of hearts, going to fold. Chris with ace queen in the straddle. He's raising that. You know he's raising that. Chase is going to take the flop. We go heads up here. 8 in the window. Chase out flopping Chris. Chris continuing for 150 and Chase going up to 380. Chris with just the overs. Chase takes it down. Chase going to be nice enough to show that he had it. Perhaps trying to establish the reputation that he's not messing around. Two, 5, 10, 20. Just 20, I think. Great timing by Chase, not straddling. Holding the Choctaw nuts. Unfortunate timing for King Benji, getting King Queen, running smack into Ace Queen for G-Dog. He's going to make it 80. Sangita with the suited ace. A decent one. Elects to call from the button. Putin wants to flop a set of threes. King Banshee just going to call. We go 4 ways to a flop. Right away, King in the window is going to give King Benji the best hands. I know these graphics have misread things slightly. I think the burn card got scanned. It is King 8-5. Rainbow. 10 of clubs. We'll give Sangito a pair. So G-Talk with the gut shot. There we go. Uh, 120 from King Benji. These graphics are slightly janky with the equities there. G-Dog with the gut shot bumping it up to 450. Sangito with a pair of 10s. He folds. There's the call from King Will G-Dog find an ace or a jack? He will not. Benji's king will be best. Checks it over to G-Dog, see if he decides to go for one more bluff. And does he ever? He moves all in for 1,800. 1.5 times pot. Putting King Benji to the test. He's got the king. This was a fairly dry flop. What misdraws are you up against here? Apart from like a float that turns a back door and then it missed. Kind of tricky here. He lets it go. G-Dog gonna snatch that one away with the aggression. We see G-Dog up over 3,300 with that last pot.
Let's go.
But hey, when you're playing 2, 5, 10, I think 65, anything can happen. I wonder how Chase picks these straddle sizes. They seem like fairly arbitrary numbers. Sangita with ace-10 of hearts. Solid hands at the stack depth. Makes it 225. Did King Queen just fold? Dude. I'm the New York Net. I'm not folding King Queen. That's all I'm saying.
Because you'll probably see it, but I think you're going.
Chase has 7 deuce. Chase has the worst hands in poker.
What's that, Kings?
And Chase is taking a flop. Heads up we go. And 7 deuce gets exactly the flop you would expect, which is absolute nothing. Sangito going to continue for 175. Chase is going to call. He has 7 deuce and is now drawing dead with Sangito turning top pair. I think Chase is about to lead the turn. He leads to the tune of 365. I don't think top pair is going to fold. Just a hunch. It does, in fact, call. We go heads up to the river, about half pot behind. Jack pairs on the end. Chase is going to give up. He's going to check. See if Sangito wants to attempt to get value with his ace. Kind of annoying that the top card pairs here. Sangito going to go all in. Chase with 7 high. Going to fold the face up. Nice roll, Laura Actuary with the bink. Drilling that 100.
When you made the turn bet, Lottie's probably screaming, "Oh my God, he's going for it!" Right? And Lottie gets all excited. You can hear him screaming. Yeah.
Hey, there's some aces. I love how they're speculating on my call, by the way. I caught that. Aces making their first appearance tonight. Raises it up to 80. Might be a little bit big. That clears it out. 2 aces equals 17 additional dollars for King Benji. Now here's the problem with with the big sizing. So anytime you make a bet, your opponent is going to have some odds to continue. The bigger the bet, the worse the odds, which means that they don't have to defend with this many hands. When you've got 2 aces, you don't mind if they put some money in because they're drawing pretty thin. You're an 80-20 favorite. I would love to put in money and win 80% of the time. And the other thing is, like, if you're only using that $80 size with certain hands, you're basically playing face up. 9 Tricks of Hearts hitting the muck again. Looks like we're going 6 ways to a flop here. We've got a suited ace and we got a couple of pairs. And then we have some offsuit stuff. Sangita with middle pair and the nut heart draw. Way ahead.
It's on you, Sing.
Checks all the way over to Sangito. He's going to bet 175. Somehow nobody has anything of consequence. That said, if you do get action, it's probably going to be for if you do get action, it's probably going to be from a king, and then you're going to have to hit the heart. So probably just as well that he didn't get any action there. Going back a couple hands to that king-queen folds. I mean, you're playing 25 big blinds deep with that $80 straddle, and you're facing a single raise. I'm pretty much never folding king-queen there. But that's just me. And if you play mostly cash, you may not have as much experience playing at that shallower depth compared to, say, a tournament player like myself, where you live your whole life 25 big blinds deep, if you're lucky. Chase goes to 300 with the king-9 of clubs. With the ace-jack. Against this particular opponent, you could just play for stacks.
Your hand, Kevin. Put your lucky hand.
Against most opponents, I don't love ace-jack, and he is going to fold. Maybe he's not. Well, now he's going to be aware. Maybe he's not aware of what Chase is capable of. Against Chase heads up, I think I'm just stacking off with the ace-jack personally, because we know he can show up with that hand. Like, if he's showing up with king-9, like, ace-jack is great. Ace-jack might as well be the nuts if he's showing up with king-9. What a player. Let's go 6-4. Yeah, that was a little bit ago, but yeah, that was a doozy. Maybe that becomes a highlight. Hint, hint. As we go to a bomb pot. Very rainbowy boards here. Some pair plus gut shots, some two pair type stuff. These boards both really straight in here. Tillman's got a bunch here. He's got the 7 high straight on the bottom. On the top, he has the heart draw, and he does have a straight. He does have the 6 high straight already. He potted it. Chase calls ace 8 5 deuce is going to give him a wheel and some draws there. And once again, these rivers come the wrong way around. Tillman is scooping, but he would have preferred they come the other way, because if they come the other way, he has a steel wheel.
5, 8. And then you have a boat?
Instead, he has something that he doesn't feel that great about. He has bottom boat, 3s full of 4s. And then he has the hearts. So actually, yeah, the 3 on the bottom does work out for Tillman, because looks like Chase was playing the 8 high straight. So yeah, Tillman actually did need the 3 on the bottom. As cool as it would have been to see a steel wheel on the stream.
That's all I'm playing.
You have to stare at us like that.
Huh?
That, of course, being the 5 high straight flush.
I need to give a count to everybody, don't I? No threat. No
And truly
threat.
beautiful hands
It's,
for those of us who play 8 or better games,
Feels threatening.
like Big O or Stud 8 or
50,
08.
670, 673. All in or nothing.
Something I'm looking forward to. I get to play a couple of horse tournaments this coming week in Vegas. Love those mixed games. All right, we got 3s. We got ace jack. And we've got ace jack smashing this one, top 2. Check, check. Looks like Chris is going to fire when check 2 twice. G-Dog just going to call, keep all the bluffs in there. Not going to love a 4 to a straight river. Chris going to give it up here. And so what a player. First of all, welcome to the stream. Glad you found us. Wondering how you get points. So every time you chat,
What did I say, 673?
I always manage to click it as it scrolls by, which is why another one comes up. Yeah, every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes you post in the chat, you'll get another point. So you can just ask about your points every 10 minutes. Or you could meaningfully contribute to the discussion here. As we see jacks for Chris. Do we think Chris ends up folding the jacks here? What do we think?
Oh, man.
Chris makes it 75. Let's see if he actually makes it to the flop with these jacks. Nobody seems to tonight. King Benji with the suited ace makes it 70, calls 75. Sanguito's got some clubs of his own. He's going to call. Tillman's going to call with 4s. We're going to a flop, and somebody has jacks, and we're going to the flop. And we're getting an all-spade flop. Tillman holding the only spade with the 4 of spades. Jack's the best hand at the moment as we check through. The deuce pairs. This is trips for King Benji. Chris now going to dip his toe in the water here. The turn seemed safe, but it was anything but, as Benji's going to let him know here. Makes it $500, which is probably going to be the end of his hands. Your best case scenario is that you have 2 outs,
73.
and he will
You
let
beat
it go.
King 8. Oh, it's the time for me to shove then.
Yes, so every 10 minutes, if you contribute to the chat, you get a point. 10 points you can gamble. You can
you did?
also
Oh,
super
sweet.
chat.
Wasn't
That
it,
would be
man?
a monetary contribution to the program, which are always appreciated. You press the little $sign, and you follow the instructions. And contributions are appreciated, and you get some number of points for those. I don't know how many, to be honest. But those are the 2 ways to get points. Then you can gamble them.
Here it is.
Chase, with the Queen 6 of Spades, going to pile in $981.
I need lucky.
Yeah, let's bring it in.
Cats.
And Mike with Ace King. Mike going to press the call button. Needless to say.
673.
Chase with 2 live cards. Mike with 2 very big cards. Here we go to a run out. Queen in the window. Chase is ahead. Gut shot for Mike. Chase going to get the double up with the queens and 10s. Downing the ace king of Mike Bell.
All right.
Back in the saddle again.
I hear somebody quoting Aerosmith out there.
I didn't,
2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
breaststroke those bad boys.
Man.
In the window, the lady.
Getting washed up.
Brought it to me.
Instant punishment for ace king there.
Good job, boys.
Big double up.
Thanks.
Sorry, I told you. You see it.
I need to save some flower money.
I got one too.
All right. See how we can top that. Hey, I told you, Power Hour can get spicy around here.
Tommy, throw the washer. You're not supposed to see that till you go home.
Yeah, no, I see that over there.
I was trying to rub
Straus maybe a little bit too big for these 9-7 suiteds. Freak with ace jack suited. Beautiful hands.
What about Queen 6? Did that have you crushed?
And 125 from the Freak, and that will get the job done.
He did.
I'm surprised you didn't call that shit.
Chris won a pretty big pot with 3 deuces. He's going to let it go?
Actually, when I asked him,
How frustrating to play all night and lose on a flip. So we just call that tournament poker usually.
Yeah.
Like that, like you play tournaments, that's often how it goes. It wasn't even a coin flip. Like ace king was further ahead than that. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I played all night, and then I was the bubble when I lost the flip.
You kidding me? Right. Fucking 2-3, and here it comes. Dirty ass dice
2-5.
right there. Shit all over it.
160 from Sanguito. Tillman gonna call the 5-3 of
Right
hearts.
is wrong. For
Doesn't
me.
miss.
For me.
So they say. We shall find out. It's going to have to hit in a very specific way. Those hearts no good. Pair of threes.
There it is.
Tillman with the best hands at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Sangito continuing with total air ball. Tillman gonna take a turn. King is gonna pair, making it less likely that Tillman's against the top pair holding. Checks it over to Sangito.
Man, it's a massage over here.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was wondering what's going on.
Yeah, it's great. I was just messing around. Dude, king 5 of clubs.
The second barrel
King
gets it
5
done
of
for
clubs.
Sangito.
Oh, dude. King 5 of clubs.
Get another look at the winnings. G-Dog
right,
up a ton. Kuden and Creek up a whole bunch. Chris up a good amount. Sangito up a decent amount. But hey, any hand could be the hands. One double up, you're back in the green. Or perhaps you're out of it. Ace Queen making it 100 for G-Dog. 7's gonna call. Some suited stuff is gonna call. Chase is gonna call.
What's this?
4 ways to a flop. We have over 400 in the middle. Ace Jack 4 is going to put G-Dog out front. Chase with some back doors. C-bet for G-Dog, 175. And I got a call from
I got 2
Chase.
pinks and about 15 reds. No, not even close
And
to 15.
talking about how much money they got left. Oh, and the ace pairs on the
I
turn.
bet all my reds.
I think this is probably going to end up in the middle. Chase bets all of his reds. Those $5 chips, that's $50. Chase turning trips and now leading the turn for less than
Thinking about
10%
raising.
pot.
I've got an ace.
True story.
I'm all in.
And the money piles in.
Twice?
Whatever you want, bro. Yeah, twice.
Sounds like they're going choice. Chase is
2
going to
times.
need a 5 or a board pair.
5.
He gets none of those. Chase will be getting scoops by G-Dog. G-Dog now with almost $10,000 in front of him in a 2-5-10 game. The initial max buy-in is considerably less than $10,000.
Seat open, live stream.
G-Dog
And
up
I even threw the tip
almost $5,000. What a run for him.
That's all right.
What a run.
Live stream, you got one player coming in, no secret.
Thank you. 6 raise, 20.
Creek bumps up with the Jack 5 of clubs on the button. Kuden with some 6s. Gonna 3-bet. Small blind versus button, a 3-bet. Often not a bad idea. King Benji with King Queen of Hearts. Likes that hand. Creek gonna continue on the button.
Boy, holding the seat up. Let me just go over to the table.
Creek
All right, guys. y'all have a
flopping
good
a
night.
club draw.
All right, Chase, enjoy, bud.
No one else liking this flop. Looks like we check through. There's another 8. Looks like Benji gonna maybe take a shot at this with nut no pair. Creek calling with the club draw. Creek getting there with the club draw. Benji gonna bluff here. 350. Only question is if Creek wants to try and get more money. We know he won't.
Thank you.
A raise is a little bit of a dicey proposition. Does just call, I believe.
Yeah, but you at least have the
Creek gonna take this one down. Benji not having the best run of cards tonight. Sometimes, just walking into it at the wrong time. I think Chase has called it a night. Always fun to have Chase here. No middle ground with him. Like he's up piles or he's not.
He's laughing at you.
Looks like the 20's on. Benji limping the king jack. G-Dog raising the queen jack.
Yeah, well, I was on the
Kinda got called. He is pipped right now. And they both flop trips. They both flop trips. King Benji way ahead here.
How you doing there, buddy? Well, how are you, sir?
Checks over to G-Dog, who continues for 60. Trip jacks with a queen, pretty good, and basically blind versus blinds. Benji gonna play it slow, just calling. The very safe 6 on the turn. Benji checks. G-Dog fires again. Makes it 275. Interesting choice for Benji here. Do you pull the trigger on the check raise now? Or do you call and give him the chance to fire river? He does go the latter option because, well, what's going to pay you if you do that? 9 of diamonds does bring in the backdoor diamonds that nobody has. Benji quickly checks again. 1.5 times pot in the middle. If G-Dog puts any more money in, Benji's going to be doubling.
I had every tower.
G-Dog moves all in. And he gets called. I know this look. You've been running good. Or you've been running bad, rather. You've been running bad. You're King Benji. You've been running bad. And you face that 1.5 pot jam. And then you put it in. And it's like, oh my God, I'm good?
On that big mayhem was coming.
Benji collecting the double up here.
I don't know. It's good actually. I love the feel of this. But we can't get a 2-5 game. That's the only time I played on fucking screen.
Jesse gonna count this out, get it shipped over to King Benji. Hey, what I say, any hand can be the hands. G-Dog gets a chunk taken out of him.
After the last one,
Benji digging himself a good amount out. Just in time for a bomb pot, I believe. Certainly a candidate for Yeti Cooler of the night. Definitely either that or the hands earlier tonight where we had the two pair get downs by a random set of deuces on the river.
I was on the wait list for like 2 hours and I heard there was like $400 straddles going.
On the 5, 10, 25?
Yeah, it was
I think we have somebody joining in the 9th seat.
and
I'm told that's Albert coming in
I'll tell you what, one day,
in the 9th seat. Hopefully he'll run better than Chase did.
I'd see 2,400.
Yeah, I'd say I know what you mean. And like I said, it's just when you,
some guy
like when you were running the way he was running tonight, where it's just like nothing goes right. Like you're scared, like you could have effective second nuts
Yeah, with
and
that
still be
fish
like,
cake,
damn it, am I good? Am I just gonna step into like ace jack or a set or something?
which one
He
are
wants
you?
to shorten it to Mr. FC. Mr. F.
That's one of the keys to playing good poker, to be able to keep your head on straight, keep making the right decisions even when they haven't been working out for you necessarily. Ace, king, queen, and jack 9-3. I see 9s and 3s for Mr. FC, Albert. Benji doesn't have much. Mike Bell with a club draw. And I'm supposed to believe 8s are good at the moment. We check through. Deuce of clubs and the 5 of clubs. So Kuden with some straight possibilities. Creek with some better straight possibilities. Who has a flush? Anyone have a flush? Mike has the flush. He's got the 8 high clubs. Both rivers pair the board.
Check out.
5s and 8 high clubs. 5s with a king and 8s. Is this for 8 high clubs? Is this for real?
Last week I was. That a redo? Missed you.
I know, I've been out.
Wow.
I think it's
All these checks
Play this
do
week.
a redo.
and
It caught on in popular.
those hands ends up winning.
But that last time I played when Crazy Alaska showed up, and I think I lost 2.
Hey, that's bomb pots, you know?
8 shit nuts. It's a fun game.
Yeah, I think everyone's wrong.
Yeah, Mike's out of town. Yeah.
You have any money on the
I did.
Me too. Me too.
We need a good bomb.
I mean, I think the whole
So we head down the stretch tonight.
Did you play last week, Kevin?
Getting close to the end, maybe another 15, 20 minutes or so.
No, I never
He
played.
doesn't play.
Reminds you all to hit like and subscribe. Get those notifications on. Find out every time we're on the air. We're back tomorrow night with the big game from Dallas. We're doing another bomb pot. I guess they were not satisfied with all the checking. They decided we must do this again. Promise not to check, though. Promise not to check it all the way down. Okay, Sanguito's got a piece of this. Kuden's got a piece of this. He's got a straight and he's got a straight draw. And he's got some clubs. And he's going to pot it. FC's getting out of there with his nothing. Benji with some weak draws on one side is going to get out of there. G-Dog 985 deuce. Pair plus glove draw plus gut shot. Calls Sanguito. Queen Jack 7-4. Like a pair type of a deal. As we see an ace and a 10 of clubs. Beautiful, beautiful turns for Kudin. Kudin now with nut, as we say. He's got the nut flush on the bottom. He's got the nut straight on the top. Sanguito with outs to improve on the top. Kudin sitting very pretty here. I think pot's too big. I think pot's too big with this kind of hands. He did go full pot, which is the maximum you can bet in Pot Limit Omaha. I think he's going to end up clearing it out. Sanguito with Jackson 7s. And then a gut shot. He's going to just get out of there.
Where'd everyone go?
Nut, and with no flush draw on the top where you have the straight. I like to go smaller. Try and put some more money in there.
Urinal's broken.
Did you break it?
Nah, maybe.
So yeah, well, 5 days a week rather, not every night. Like 5 days a week, at least 5 days a week. TCH Live is on. Big game from Dallas tomorrow. Also Dallas on Wednesdays, Thursday back here in Austin. I think it'll be a 2-5 this week. And then join us on Saturday for the final table in Dallas, the weekly big final table. Always a good one up there in Dallas. If you're around here in Austin, be sure and join us for one of our regular tournaments. The 60-hour PLO Mondays and Fridays, 60-hour Hold'em on Wednesdays, and then Saturday the forget the guarantee. I think it's 3K guarantee. 3K guarantee maybe on Saturday.
I was even thinking of making
Sunday's the Black Chip Bounty. 5K guaranteed there, 300 buy-in. Saturday, it's a 4K guarantee now. I undersold it. Saturdays are a 4K guarantee. $150 no limit hold'em, 2K guaranteed up top. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details on the tournaments. You can also find those on Poker Atlas. And we're gonna get back to hold'em here.
I was just completely off. I think he was completely off.
About 15 minutes or so to go here. Ace Queen for Chris, raising it up to $40.
Home got hurt. I was like, oh, you know.
Still slinging.
And Jack hanging around. Heads up we go.
Angle, like, I knew, like, when I knew it was like,
Top pair for Chris.
the last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes don't matter. That's why I had to.
No one needs to convince him to get me.
55 from Chris. Gets it done. See if I can get one more gamble in here. A little bit before you see or hear me on this program again. Maybe I'll drop by the chat when I'm in Vegas, but I am gonna be in Vegas for a bit. Playing some tournaments. You can follow me at Waddy William on Twitter and Instagram if you want to follow along the tournament hijinks. I was due to lose one of those gambles. Thanks, Ragnar. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get that ring. There's a decent chance I do something out of Tulsa next month. I got some unfinished business in Tulsa. So close to a ring the last time. Ace Queen opens up. Ace 10 not in a hanging around mood this time. Mike going for the re-raise with the Ace Deuce of clubs. Little Ace Wheel suited cards. Certainly nice bluffing candidates. Chris makes the call.
They're fresh faces, obviously, but they might know how to.
6-5-5 is gonna keep Ace Queen ahead.
That was the first time he played.
See if he can stay in the heat.
Yeah, I've lost a bunch of money to him.
Ace Deuce going for the C bet. 175 about 2/3 pot.
Oh, he got lucky as shit. But then apparently,
Chris will
Aaron
just
cleaned
get out of
his
there.
pot 2 weeks in a row, right? Big time for like 5.
It's one of the other upsides of 3-betting. You can have the aggression,
He hadn't been coming a lot.
initiative, and potentially bet somebody off of the better hands post-flop.
No,
Because he ran bad? Because he ran bad or what?
Hand number 96.
I was talking.
Yeah.
I just had it.
I know he's at it.
Queen, Jack of hearts for Chris. Makes it 20. G-Dog with the 5s, going for the raise. Sangito with the Ace 10 offsuit. Good 3-bet. If you're gonna play it, I like the re-raise a little bit better than the call, which is what we just saw from Button. Just because there's gonna be fewer flops that'll be good for you with the offsuit hands. Over to Chris. He does call. We go 4 ways to the flop. King Jack 10. Pair and an open ender for Chris. Pair and a gut shot for Sangito. Top pair for Tillman. G-Dog, the only one without a holding of substance here. Checks all the way to Sangito, who's going to make it 400 with the third best hands at the moment. Tillman just folds top pair, and Chris is going to turn the nuts after calling. Ace is up for Sangito, but it is 4 to a straight.
Anticipating 30 minutes.
See how he continues here.
When in your state,
Check, check, and now Chris has a 6-card straight. He's going to try and get a bluff out of Sangito, as a bluff / overvalue. Raise incoming for sure. 225 is the bet. See how big Chris decides to go here. He has the nuts. He cannot lose. So he will be increasing the price. And he'll be increasing it by a relatively small amount. Makes it 700. Maybe a little bit big. I thought it was a little bit smaller at first sight. And he gets called. Gonna turn it over. And Chris with a nice pickup in the late going here. Rena, thanks for watching. Have a good night. I believe we have 3 hands to go.
TV change, live stream.
Look at these winners. G-Dog, Creek, Gooden, and Chris. All 2K plus winners. You see how swingy this game can be. Like, we definitely have people on the red who were not in the red earlier. Look at these V-pips. It's calmed down a bit.
What do we want on and what color?
You got a lot of players in that like 25 to 30% range. Pretty active game tonight. You like to see it. So all your friends, TCH Live is where the action's at. TCH Live on YouTube at Texas Card House. On the socials, Texas Card House on Twitch as well. Wherever you like to watch poker, we've got you covered. Freaks $100 raise with the King Queen suited. May get the job done here. It's down to Benji with the King 10. Looks like he is going to call. He does have position. And both players flopping a gut shot now. Ace, Jack, 8, they essentially swap outs. Now it's Benji who wants the queen. Did Greek really? No, he didn't shove. He made it 75, and Benji called. The 8's going to pair. So now there's some chop possibilities. We can get another board pair. We could have ourselves a chop if we get that far. Greek making it 150. And that'll do it. I agree with you, Ragnar. This has been a very lively game tonight. You'd love to see it. That's the thing. Sometimes you just get like explosive pots, and then sometimes, you know, you just have cards where they can't really collide and play big pots, and that's just the nature of poker. Like if you sit at the table, like there'll be times you'll go card dead. Just like imagine, like I know we had a show last week where it's just like the whole table was card dead for a couple of hours, and you know that just happens sometimes in poker. Yeah, we don't get to control what the cards do. I've definitely sat at the table for 4 hours and not had good cards ever. Sometimes you guys have even seen that here on TCH Live. G-Talk making it 50 with his suited ace in our penultimate hand. G-Talk taking it down, which will bring us to hand 99, which I'm told is going to be the final hand. Which will, of course, be a bomb pot.
Forever.
You know how it works. $10, 4 cards, 2 boards. It's been a great night. I hope you all remember to hit like on the way out if you haven't done so already. I think it's a like-worthy show. I may be biased, but I think it's a like-worthy show. I came in here, the first thing I did, I hit the like button, and I said, you know what, this is going to be a good game. You know what, Ragnar? Yeah, if the game continues after the stream, it will often get better. These players kind of keep playing if they want. See, 665 with some diamonds. Jesse going to slow roll us here with the second board. There we go. Here comes the second board. 997. So we've got some paired boards here. We see Chris with top trips and ace-high diamonds. That seems good. We see Benji with top trips on the top. So he has made it $80. Seems like these will probably be the two principal actors. Oh, Sanguito flopping the boat on the top. 6 is full of 5s. He'll have something to say. He's going to say, pot! Tillman just mucking the trips. One-way hands. Chris, we don't know what his last card is. We don't know if he's full already on the bottom. He's got the only 9. Benji also going to call. So the turns we go 3 ways. 1080 in the middle. An ace and a queen of clubs. So let's see. King Benji now pulls ahead. 6 is full of aces. Has Sanguito I think, dead.
And then it filled up
Chris with at least trip 9s.
for a while, right?
Nobody with clubs. Benji makes it 500. Does Sangito want to continue here? He had a boat. Now he has a less good boat. His boat definitely taking on water. He does call. And Chris folds. I guess he wasn't full. So now Benji going to free roll Sangito. Sangito does have, I think, a straight possibility. That possibility has not arrived, but the queen will be good enough. The queen will do the job, so they will chop it if we get to showdown. Benji going for 500 worth of value there.
I had a set of sixes against Chad.
Oh.
Sangito with a boat, not a great boat.
You are all in.
Playing the bottom?
Yeah,
Remember where?
He calls, and we're going to get the showdown, and
single king.
gonna chop it.
And then
He didn't show.
diamond
He
comes.
didn't show his other turn.
No. He
Oh,
said-
yeah.
and he said, I just have to
So
put
that's
you
how
on.
it'll end.
I don't know what he put me
You will have credit.
I pressed the wrong button there.
on. Or none.
Yeah, no credit.
I tried to put myself alongside the thing there, and that didn't work. All right, so
Fire the last barrel.
He's playing the bottom and he goes, no, I got the
on behalf of,
When you checked and he
Set up live stream.
I'm trying to put myself on the camera, but that's not working, and that's okay. It's okay if that's not working. Anyway, as I was saying, on behalf of everyone here, our dealers, Russ and Jesse, our producers, Mel and Kristen, and David, and all the other staff here at TCH. I'm William Whitey, the New York Knit, wishing you a great night. Thank you for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow from Dallas. And that's it. Have a good night.